and so thank you everyone for attending and being here. This was a lovely event last year, and we're very happy to be invited to do it again. So again, for anyone who doesn't want to have their video, we are recording this, so if anyone doesn't want their video to be recorded, please turn off your cameras, and that'll help ensure that happens. We've got a lot of great speakers here, and I'm very excited about it. And the first one is going to be StoicDan. And StoicDan is going to talk to us about the tolerance for beliefs, different beliefs from a Stoic point of view. So StoicDan, I would like to pass that chair on to you, please.
Thanks very much for inviting me to Stoicon-X Alberta. This is the first time I've been here, and tolerance is kind of a tough subject. You know, it was tough 2,000 years ago, and it's tough even today. Human beings are just judgmental creatures. And so sometimes in our pattern-seeking ways, we can be intolerant of others and their ideas. But today I'm going to explore some of the ways that we can be more tolerant, and Stoicism and a lived philosophy in general can be a great tool for helping us in that direction. So I'm going to share my slides with you. The sources for my presentation today are different ancient and modern Stoics, and also Psychology Today and Wikipedia. So first of all, we're going to briefly explore what is tolerance. It's a kind of, the way that I see it is it's a kind of accepting of reality and its discomforts. Stoics, of course, would be very good with the discomfort part of that. And also it's about being fair and objective to other people. This, of course, is close to Stoic rationale. And of course, the golden rule, which pervades many different lived philosophies. And I think that we could easily relate the golden rule to Stoic cosmopolitanism, which is being talked about and written about a lot today. So I could have started with a quote by an ancient or a modern Stoic, but I wanted to begin here in August of 1963, in his famous letter from a Birmingham jail. Martin Luther King Jr. writes, "I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." Well, his theme is justice, but I think this is, besides being one of the 4 cardinal Stoic virtues, I think that we can treat others more fairly if we connect this with tolerating others. That is, tolerating them without judgment. That's how I would connect it there. Now, next we go to self-righteousness. If we avoid this, this is another way that we can avoid being intolerant to other people. This quote comes from chapter 4 of the Handbook for New Stoics by Massimo Pigliucci and Greg Lopez. And it's easy, this is how he writes it, it's easy to feel righteous when we perceive that others are in the wrong. Our righteousness leads us to feel justified in retaliating, since we see ourselves as punishing them for their bad actions, which stem from their bad character. We are blind to the reality that the other person won't see it our way. Next, we can adjust our thinking. I've picked a little picture here of a forest path, but if we adjust our thinking with these different things that we may encounter on our path, I think we can be more tolerant also. Cognitive bias, sometimes we don't even know where we picked up a certain idea. Egocentric thinking, this is a difficult one to reverse because it's no single idea. It's our whole personality that is wired a certain way, and we need to change in a much greater sense. And then there's arrogance. We've all had a friend or a boss who is sometimes arrogant, and this is tough to change as well. But if we only know that we have one of these attributes, at least we can identify them and start working on ourselves inside to become more tolerant. Practicing forgiveness. Well, this quote comes from chapter 4 of How to Think Like a Roman Emperor by Donald Robertson, and he's writing about Marcus Aurelius. He says, Marcus put his head in his hands and groaned. It wasn't the devastation caused by the Antonine Plague or the growing threat of barbarian invasion from the north that made him despair for the future. Rather, it was a party thrown by his brother Lucius Verus. Lucius and Marcus had always been quite different characters, even though they ruled together, but as the years passed, their lives grew further apart. Whereas Marcus increasingly turned to philosophy as his guide, Lucius became notorious for being a hedonist and something of a hellraiser. Well, this chapter gives a good context to Marcus beyond just the written words of the meditations. Here he's commenting, Robertson is showing the context with his adoptive brother, Lucius. Lucius had some claim to the throne, and Marcus wanted to avoid civil war. So although they had their differences between the two of them, Marcus chose to tolerate Lucius. And this could also be, this tolerance that he had, could also be the result that he showed respect for Antoninus, his adoptive father. And Antoninus, in his eyes, was a very reasonable and kind person. So that's how Marcus chose the path of tolerance. Next, we can avoid antagonism. This is another method that I recommend, and this quote comes from Ward Farnsworth's book. It's called The Practicing Stoic. In chapter 7, he says, beyond viewing antagonists as disabled by bad judgment, the Stoic meets them with empathy. This starts with the idea that those who give offense are seeking to do right by their own lights. Now, in any other, I would say in another way of tolerating other people and their beliefs, if we can simply stop thinking of them as antagonists and realize that they're trying to do what they think is right, then we can do, as Marcus says, we can remove the image of the antagonist from our mind and we can tolerate them better. Now, I needed to examine a little bit of technology in this presentation because we know that Facebook and Google are using algorithms that function like groupthink. And they're trying to predict, of course, what people want to see and hear. They're spreading other people and their beliefs. It's spreading faster. And of course, this can carry misinformation. Now, the new term that covers this area is called media literacy. And while it's encouraging people to think critically and recognize that content could be true or false, we also need to remember that as Google and Facebook increase their algorithms and their accuracy in what people want to see, even though it may be salacious, we need to realize that they are taking away our ability for critical thinking. And when they take that away, what I mean is that they're making it so easy for us to just consume the content that we don't need to be critical thinkers anymore. And therefore, if we're not thinking up here, how can we also be tolerant of other views? Thinking to myself, well, maybe my friend Joe sees it this way because of this, or maybe he just didn't check his content before he posted it. Things like that. They're threatening our critical thinking and our ability to tolerate others. I think that's the technology angle on this, and we need to watch this in the future, because now we come to the next topic, which is cancel culture. We've all heard of this, and briefly telling one origin story for this is that in early 2014, an activist named Sui Park tweeted a criticism about the Colbert Report and how Stephen Colbert was tweeting something racist against Asians. Now, this tweet had a following on social media, and it used the hashtag cancel Colbert. However, the interesting part of it was that Sui Park, the activist, also had backlash for this tweet. And maybe it's this pro and con, people lining up on both sides. Maybe that's what resulted in the next year after this tweet, that the idea of canceling someone had become commonplace on Twitter. And Fast forward to today, 2021, there are literally thousands of tweets on the platform with the hashtag cancel being used. I actually verified this by going to Twitter and looking for the counts of these things. And I would observe that a lot of people who use this cancel hashtag don't even know the full extent of what it means, but I do know for sure that it's kind of a shortcut to thinking, that you don't bother to understand the other person anymore. You just take this shortcut, you cancel them, and you can move on. You don't need to worry about it anymore. You don't need to think about it anymore. So now we come to Epictetus. I'm nearly at the end. I had to cover Epictetus. He's, of course, the Stoic philosopher who taught us about the discipline of assent and how we need to examine our thoughts and our actions. I think that this tool is a very important tool in the Stoic toolbox, you might say, because it teaches us self-discipline. And it also shows us how to do it in a very practical sense. So in brief, the discipline of assent is that a thought is entering your mind. You need to make a decision about it, but you recognize that the assent or the approval is not automatically given. You can sit there and mull it over a little bit. And after using some rational thinking, of course, then you can make a decision. This is very closely linked to what Viktor Frankl taught us about between the stimulus and the response, there is always a space. So what this can lead to, if we practice discipline of assent well enough, I think it leads to self-cultivation or cultivation of the mind. You know, today we talk a lot about mindfulness, but I think that if we can even go one level better is by looking at other perspectives, using the discipline of assent, and cultivating our minds so that we are able to be more tolerant of others and their beliefs. And I needed to include a Zen koan story. This is the one about the teacups, one of my favorites, where a student comes to the master and says he wants to learn about wisdom. And the master agrees and says, but first we must drink some tea. So the student agrees, they sit down and the master begins pouring tea into his teacup. But when the teacup is full, the master keeps going and the student is a little puzzled by this. He doesn't say anything, but he's puzzled by it. And finally, the student can't hold back anymore. And he says to the master, why are you still pouring? You know, it's overflowing, it's making a mess here. And the master calmly says that you are like this cup, full of your own opinions. Before I can teach you, you need to empty your cup. Well, this is not just a good story, but it's a great gateway to the beginner's mind, which was a book all about being welcome or being open to learning at all times in your life. Never think you're an expert. And I think that if we can practice some of this beginner's mind or the wisdom in this Zen story, I think we can be more tolerant of others. Now, similar to that, I could have been concluded with that koan, but the Matrix movie from 1999 has simplified this wisdom even further, and I really admire that. Morpheus tells Neo simply, free your mind. And he's talking about doubt and fear. I think that intolerance is part of that equation. Maybe we're intolerant of other people's ideas because we are so attached to our own ideas, or maybe we fear having to change. Free your mind, 3 great words there. So I'm going to wrap up with that. I've enjoyed talking here today. And if you'd like to contact me more, I've got a website, StoicDan.com. You can reach me on Twitter at Orlando Stoics. And of course, I do practice tolerance like I've talked about in this thing. If you do have some feedback, even if it's critical, I do welcome your ideas. You can email me at askstoicdan@gmail.com. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, StoicDan. That was really good. So I would like to open the floor to any questions if anyone has any thoughts about what they would like to or learn more about this from this talk.
I have a question.
Yes, Sean.
I'm in the medical field, and one of the big exercise I've been going through is the COVID mandates here in our province, and the facing some of my healthcare coworkers who don't want to get vaccinated or are resistant to COVID measures, which of course, being heavily accultured to the medical world, I find almost disgusting, but I've had to learn to live with that. And then I found out that many of my people in my own family from distant branches somewhere else in North America are also against the vaccine. And so I've had some introspection, how as Stoics, when we are faced with many people like that who are in this critical moment, like, this is not just a philosophical discussion about topics, sex of angels. It's about major organization in our societies that will change lives of many peoples and even save lives, and even close ones, right? How are we to react when we are faced with this almost rabbit hole type of thinking, where they are involved and enveloped in their own, it's almost like religion. And for me as a rational person, especially on the medical side, it's so difficult for me. I've had to discipline myself. So I'm asking you, on your side, what experience do you have, and what do you suggest people do when they're faced like that? It comes and tingles you. It pricks you somehow. It's difficult sometimes to stay rational.
Yeah, that's a good question. One of the members of Orlando Stoics had a similar question for me. She's a home care worker in the medical field, and one of her patients is a very old man, like 90 plus, who is always tough on her when she arrives at his home once or twice a week. And he actually fights her, not only verbally, but physically. It's very hard for her to visit him every week. And so what we worked out in our discussions is that it's her job to do this work. It is for his benefit. It is even to save his life, because if he doesn't take his pills, So what she does is she uses Stoic thinking, going there knowing that I need to do this work. It's important, but I will, when I finish the work, I will leave, and I won't take any of this negativity with me. That's kind of the Stoic result that we came up with in discussions, that it's necessary, but it's negative. It seems negative. And so we just endure it. And I think we could compare something like that to the vaccine. I know that the vaccine is a much more politicized topic, but I think that we could look at it the same way, that it's a necessary thing.
Yeah. Detach yourself a little bit.
Very good. Detach yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable. Thank you for the advice. We'll work on that.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Dan.
Hi, so I had a question about something you touched on at the beginning of your presentation, where you talked about the golden rule, which, we see this phrased in different ways, but it's basically treat others how you would like to be treated. Now, I had a guest speaker doing a presentation in my class during the summer, and I won't get into the topic, but his advice was basically, he introduced something he called the platinum rule, which was treat people the way they want to be treated. Now, I didn't comment on this because there was no time, but it really bothered me in a way, and I had to think about it for a while. And the challenge, I thought, was that of course, I would love to be treated like royalty whenever I walked into a room, but it's unrealistic to expect that. So I don't know, how do you treat people the way, I guess the challenge is we all expect different kinds of treatment, and without being able to read minds, how do you do that?
Yeah, I have another member of Orlando Stoics who's kind of a dark and a mysterious character. And he points out that the golden rule has an exception, that what if you're a psychopath?
Yeah.
So I think that for maybe reasons like that, there is a bit of truth there, and the platinum rule may have succeeded the golden rule. I think that all of these rules might have exceptions to them, but in uh, the topic that we're talking about, whether it's golden or platinum, is the cosmopolitan rule or virtue that we seek as Stoics in the modern system, the modern age. And I think that there are lots of nuances to it. That's why I appreciate discussion groups, because we can really cover a lot of those nuances. There's no way to just list a few items or, you know, in your PowerPoint and you're done with it. So that's, that would be my answer. Kind of vague, but I think we need a lot of these rules. We need to somehow steer ourselves and find maybe there's a third rule, which is the ultimate of all. Who knows?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you so much, StoicDan. That was awesome. Thank you for the questions as well. Very, very well thought out. And just to keep things rolling, because we do have so many speakers today and so many talks, I would like to invite Juan to do his talk, please. And Juan is going to be talking about Stoicism and Entrepreneurship.
All right, thanks so much, Jeff. Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, an honor to be here. Stoicon Alberta, thanks for the invite. So yeah, thank you. I will be talking about Stoicism and Entrepreneurship. Actually, what StoicDan said about tolerance is going to be a lot of that as well. Tolerance in the company. So I'm about to share my screen. And just please let me know when you can see it. I'm on my tablet and sometimes I get issues with it. Can you see it?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm just waiting for this to be available. Okay. All right, so yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to be talking about how Stoic principles enhance an effective change management culture in companies across the world. I've been fortunate enough, I have the fortune to attend different companies, technological giants in Mexico, United States, Israel, India, Brazil. And part of my implementation here, my intervention in companies is about managing change effectively. And it all started with this quote from Seneca that says, there are more things likely to frighten us than there are to crush us. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. This quote started everything for me around 9 years ago. And it's the first quote I introduced in every single workshop I give about managing change. And why is this? It's because we're often, as Seneca said, we're like creating these scenarios in our mind. We are like intolerant. We're being self-righteous, as StoicDan said, because maybe somebody didn't greet us the way we wanted to be greeted in a meeting. Expectations are very different, and we are expecting something different from everybody. And when we're talking about work and we don't have alignment in objectives, we don't have alignment in goals, well, we suffer more in imagination. So this is why we start with this. And before I start talking about like real concepts here, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Juan Perez. I'm a change manager and co-founder from a company in Mexico. And I'm a writer and podcaster in Mexico. I'm a business consultant for more than 7 years, and I'm an organizational psychologist. I don't know if it's the real translation in English. Actually, the literal translation is like a company psychologist, but it's the closest thing I found. And well, we dedicate to manage change, different kinds of change regarding new branches in companies, automatize some processes, continuous improvement, and everything that goes in within. So why Stoicism helps a lot here in the concepts in companies? First of all, risk management. People are constantly trying to avoid or anticipate risk, which if somebody of you have read Black Swan from Nassim Taleb, it's technically impossible to anticipate the black swans as COVID hit as different, here in Mexico, there are different policies lately that have been making companies harder to grow. So risk management is a great issue because everybody wants to anticipate, everybody wants to know what to do beforehand, and it's virtually impossible to do that. So that's like the first topic, the first main thing. The second main thing is this reluctance to change. There's like an understanding, there's a narrow perspective of what and how change can benefit all the people in institutions and their processes. So you get conversations from people saying that we have made this way like from a long time ago. Where there's a need for change, and there's people really reluctant to change. So those are the two main topics we cover in this. And how do we change it? So we created a method based on innovation tools from Agile and Lean startup. We use organizational psychology regarding personalities and conflict management. But then the main thing here, like the ignition to change, is Stoic philosophy. And how do we do it? First, we do this personality mapping, because as StoicDan was saying, there's very different ways of perceiving things. So you have different teams, you have different behaviors. And if you don't have this information beforehand, you don't know how they behave, how they see work, how they see life. It's very difficult to connect. So then we do a communication diagnosis. Then we have this problem mapping. And then one of the most important things is we have a co-creation within everybody involved, because it's very different for me to get here and say to you, yeah, we have to paint this wall red. But if we have this co-creation opportunity, we're talking about what paint and why do you believe that paint is better for that wall. So then change it's introduced more effectively. And lastly, but the most important thing here is the mix. And what I'm going to be talking about today is the Stoic tools we use in order for them to embrace this change, to open up their perspective, and being more tolerant. I love StoicDan's presentation because it connects really good with these principles. And so that's how we do it. So then we introduce this concept about Stoic leadership, where these leaders and managers in companies are introduced to these Stoic practical tools in order to embrace change and start seeing these difficulties as opportunities, and see risk not as something to be avoided or something to be afraid of, but something to use to have as a competitive advantage in companies. So it's all about perspective, as StoicDan was saying. When we are being self-righteous and we believe we are right, that's when we close. That's when we don't manage change effectively. That's when conflicts arise, and everybody has different things of seeing things. Everybody has different urgencies. Sales want to sell, finances want to cut costs, production want to produce. So everybody has a goal, and a very specific goal. Everybody has a very specific urgency. So that's when conflict arises. And then if you add into the mix that there's going to be a new product, there's going to be a new process, there's going to be another line, more people, the perspective gets all blurred between the process. So it's really difficult to capture in communication the different ways of seeing and connecting with things. And I'm gonna do a quick check, because when I'm in my tablet, I cannot see you guys in the picture. So are you listening to me?
Yep, good to go.
Everything good? Cool, thank you. So then what are the tools that we usually have when we see this kind of conflicts? First of all, we use taking another's perspective. We use this role play between people, and then when they have to get the urgency from another department. Let's say I'm from sales, and I'm going to be taking the cap of being finances, and I'm going to take the goal and urgency of finances, and I will try to be in finances shoes and try to avoid cost. So then I can see from another perspective, another department perspective, why it can be hard sometimes that sales want to have a lot of cost in inviting clients for lunch, for an example, and see it from another perspective that it may affect my goal, which is to have more utility and reduce cost. So that's one way. The other way, following the very essence of this tool, is to get out of your head, get out of your emotion, and try to see the problem as an outsider. And what advice would you give yourself if you're not emotionally attached to this particular problem? And then we also use the dichotomy of control, in which this is a great and powerful exercise every time we do it in companies, because they try to blame everything. They try to blame their bosses. They try to blame the people they're working with. They try to blame the budget. And so when we do this exercise, we just have this like the sphere of control and what's inside your control of this particular issue. About budget, what's in your control? Okay, so I can analyze cost. I can have alternatives of this particular material. I can do this, I can do that. And what's not in your control? Well, approval from budget, that my boss will actually buy the things I set him to buy. So when they do this exercise, they realize there are many things that are outside their control. So they stop stressing about it. They stop focusing on that part of the sphere, and they focus on what they can control. And really good projects, innovative, creative alternatives have been created because of this exercise. And they have seen the potential of rather than blaming their bosses, blaming the budget, blaming everything else, they start creating new alternatives. And they start to realize that maybe there's a different way of seeing things. So that economy of control has helped us greatly there. Then there's a model we have where we introduce the inner citadel, and what happens, the mix we have here, the different focus we give in companies is that they also get into the core values of the company, the core values of themselves, and they align it with their personality and what they expect out of their work, out of their duty. And then we also map how, what, when they get mad about, they get stressed about. And using the inner citadel and some other Stoic tools, they realize and go back to themselves and start working upon their values and the company alignment values. So that's and it's a really creative space because people start working in great presentations, colors, mapping personalities, and it's really creative. Then we have the view from above. That's one of the most interesting exercises we do because from a group of 20 people, at least 7 or 8 people get like they have like this shock when we do this meditation and start realize that their problems are not as big as they believe. They start to realize that maybe their relationship with their coworker has more value than the little issue they have. And in some cases, 1 or 2 people, they approach me and say like, man, you're saying me that my life is meaningless. And I remember the meme that says before philosophy, and there's this sad guy that life is meaningless and it's all sad. And after philosophy, life is meaningless and he's all happy, right? Because now you can focus on important things. That's what I said. And many people get a lot of this exercise. Then when we get into more specific tools, not everybody, it's not for everyone. I've seen that. From a group of 20 people, maybe 15, 14 finished the whole workshop. And when we're talking about memento mori, they get more, their perspective opens and they see the goal in here is that for them to see that there's no time to lose. In one company, one great technological company that has many branches around the world, one of the managers told me that it was the most important tool he has seen because it didn't only help him in the company, but also in his life, because he was procrastinating a lot. And when we saw this meditation, the memento mori and the exercise, he realized that he didn't have any much time to do. Actually, in my podcast in Mexico, we did this exercise with a group of people where we had a role play where we believe that we have 3 months to live. That the doctor told us we have this like this illness that it's incurable. In 3 months you die. So what would you do differently? And we applied like a very light version in the company, and many people started to realize that their issues are nonsense. That they can do work. They stop procrastinating and start focusing on the really important things that have high impact activities that really need to be done, and not just like the whole urgencies or the things they're used to do because they have working there for 20 years. So this has helped us a lot. And lastly, we talk about amor fati and about embracing faith. And sometimes this is where we talk about maybe that bad thing that happened, and I'm using bad here in quotation marks in my hand, it had to happen for us to grow. That this is where we get into risk and about this terrible things that could happen may lead to new opportunities. And examples like from Lego, from Apple, that they had these tragedies in their company, but then they rose and they grew up so much higher and faster than before. So with all these tools, I'm going to be wrapping up in in this couple of minutes. This is how we manage change in companies, in which we see that every company and every person is different, but philosophy tackles the way problems are perceived. And now that the participants, managers, everybody in the company start to propose solutions and focus their efforts in what they can control, and stop playing victim, stop blaming others, stop blaming other people's perspective, other people's personalities, and start to really embrace change and start looking up for solutions. So thank you very much. This is what my talk was about. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram at stoic.cm. And that's my email address, change@axiosm.com. And I thank you very much for inviting me here. And I'm open for some questions.
Right on. Thank you so much, Juan. Yeah, so let's open up for any questions. Let's limit the time for, say, 8 minutes for a question period. And because, again, we just got to keep it moving. But any has a question, please bring it up.
Hi, I just put my hand up. I guess it's a small enough group that we can just jump in. Again, I'm sorry I was late. I absolutely adored this conversation, Juan. I come from a project management background. So everything really resonates with me. And when I've talked to colleagues or old colleagues about Stoicism, and I explain things, and they're like, yeah, but it's not really applicable. And I say, what about risk management? And they're like, what do you mean? And I said, that's just premeditation of adversity. That's all risk management is. And so I find I love the practical applications of Stoicism in your presentation, because sometimes it just needs to be put in language that they understand. So if we talk about premeditation of adversity or memento mori or amor fati, those kind of can seem really abstract, but when we say risk management and chains of approval and things like this, then that really resonates with them. So I just really want to thank you for your presentation, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Lydia. Thank you for your work. And yeah, it's about that. You have to translate the wording, and you got to talk about risk management, chain of command, and all of these things. And yeah, definitely. Thank you.
I have a question. When you're doing these work, do you actually identify that you're going to talk about Stoicism? And if so, is that off-putting, or do you just use the concepts and not really say we're gonna be Stoics?
Yeah, that's been a thing. Like 4 years ago, I started talking about Stoic philosophy, like the very first thing to say. And companies were not open to it. Why are you going to talking about philosophy? The philosophy is not practical here in the company. So in the last couple of years, I don't say anything about Stoicism until I'm already giving the tool. So I'm talking about organizational change management, risk management, as Lydia said, and these tools, practical tools. And then when we get into it, I put quotes, Seneca quotes, Marcus Aurelius quotes, and then from personal experience, I start sharing, and then I start translating into their thing, because in between different companies, they have different ways of talking. And so when we get into the practical tools, then that's what I talk. This is a tool from Stoic philosophy, which it's around from 2,300 years ago. And I just give them like this small brief. And when people are more interested, because out of a group from 20 people, at least half say, I want to hear more about this. Where do I read more about? And then I give them, actually, we have this group that from different groups that we started reading Massimo's and Greg's A Handbook for New Stoics, and do some exercise now in their lives. So, but yeah, it's not like I just grab, this is Stoic philosophy, because they usually close up really fast.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions for Juan? All right, well, Juan, thank you so much. And I know that you had a real tight schedule, so thank you for spending the time with us. I really appreciate it. And thank you for participating with Alberta.
No, thank you. Actually, I'm going to run to the airport, but as soon as I get there, I'll get into a coffee shop and try to log in again.
Oh, awesome. That'd be great. Okay, man. Well, have a safe trip and have a safe flight.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. All right, so our next speaker, this is our first Albertan speaker, which is all good. Well, we Generally, we had some conflicts with timing, as Juan was just saying here, for the international speakers. So we did try to accommodate them, put them where they wanted to be. So this next one is Ryan Broadfoot, and his discussion will be coherence, the difference between truth and opinion. And Ryan, I'd like to open the floor to you, sir.
Okay, I am going to share my screen here and might take a moment just to get it set up properly. I have two screens going on, so I got to make sure I get this shared properly. So you guys can see that. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah. I appreciate having the chance to speak to you all today. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time doing anything like this as far as Stoicism goes. But in my talk here today, what I want to explain a little bit is just some of the key ideas that I found really helpful in understanding and applying Stoicism in my life, and dealing with some of the Stoic ideas of knowledge and dealing with impressions. Okay, so talking about that, we're talking about epistemology, and the Stoics had their own epistemology, and what that is the philosophy dealing with knowledge and how we know things. Okay, so it's how we know that we know something and whether or not we can be sure, and all of that. So for me, kind of getting a firm grasp of this theory of knowledge was a major turning point in my understanding of Stoicism. And virtue, as we may know, is a specific type of knowledge how to live well. So how we actually go about acquiring that knowledge is pretty important if we want to try and live a better, more virtuous life. Okay. And I also found it helped in understanding the Stoic theory of emotions. Not that I'm an expert yet, but I'm getting a better idea at it. And their emotions are all cognitive, based on knowledge and how we judge events. Okay. So what exactly is Stoic epistemology? Well, it's based on what is called an adequate impression. And for the Stoics, this is their criterion of truth, how we know something is true or not. Impressions are, in a sense, how we interact with the world, and they include our 5 basic senses. So we have sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell, but also our own thoughts count as impressions as well. So impressions, part of what impressions are is how we perceive the world. Not all impressions, however, are going to be adequate impressions. In order to be adequate, they need to, first of all, come from a real object. They need to be according to a real object, and in such a way that they could not come from anything other than a real object. So short and sweet, they need to be clear and distinct. Epictetus does give us an example of one such adequate impression, and that would be the impression that it is day. So for outside, mid-afternoon, or sunrise, like the picture here, with the sun beating down on us, it would be impossible for us, Epictetus says, to form the impression of it being nighttime. Okay. But that's not always going to be the case. Impressions are not always going to be clear and distinct. One example, our senses might be limited or blocked, such as our sight. Perhaps it's too dark or to see well enough, or perhaps the object's too far away. A cow in a field from a distance may look like a bush or a stump, or a bush or stump at a distance may look like a cow. In those cases, we're getting an impression through our vision, but because it isn't clear and distinct, we cannot adequately discern what it is that we're seeing. And one more thing about impressions is they're not just the pure raw sense data that we perceive from the world around us. They also often contain kind of an automatic value judgment, a judgment of whether something is good or bad. And this value judgment creates an impulse or motivation that we're naturally either going to be inclined to move towards or away from. So we're going to want to move towards something if we think it's good and stay away from it if we think it is bad. The trouble is we want to make sure if we're going to move towards something, we want to make sure it is what's truly good, not just our opinion of what is good. So the overall process has two other parts. So after receiving impressions, the next steps in the process are assent and then action. Assent basically just means agreement. So if we assent to an impression that we have received, we're agreeing with it. We also have the option to reject the impression, or we could withhold assent to the impression. Okay. We don't want to assent to every impression that's presented to us. And one reason for that is because the value judgments that come as part of that impression could be wrong. They could be mistaken judgments we have about the world, and those could lead to kind of mental disturbances or bad emotions, suffering. Okay. So in order to judge the impression, we need to compare it to concepts that we've learned previously. And we learn these through experience and also a bit through learning and applying Stoic theory. Okay. Epictetus refers to these as preconceptions, and it's with these preconceptions that we want to test and judge our impressions and ensure that we're not assenting to false impressions with false value judgments. Okay, so what we want to test our impressions against the preconceptions of nature before assenting to them. So essentially judge things based on how they actually are, not our flawed opinions. So instead of just assenting to every impression that comes our way, we want to stop, wait a bit, judge it, and then see it for the way that it actually is. And if we can align our impressions with nature and the way things really are, it helps us make sure that they're coherent and then also free of contradiction. And that's kind of the whole point, I think, of learning Stoic theory and applying it to alter our view of the world and enable us to judge events correctly, live well, and free of disturbing emotions. Preconceptions are also something we all have. Epictetus notes that in several spots, and in Discourses 1:22, he says, preconceptions are common to all people. One preconception doesn't contradict another, for who among us doesn't assume that good is beneficial and desirable, and that we should seek to pursue it in every circumstance. Right? So our errors essentially arise when we apply preconceptions within particular circumstances. People apply them to their opinions and their wrong ideas, rather than in accordance with nature. Okay. One example, and one of my favorite examples of this in the discourses, is in Discourse 1:11 on family affection. Epictetus provides some examples there. So in the discourse, a man comes to Epictetus and he's miserable because of this distress that's being caused to him from his children. His daughter was recently sick and it troubled him so much that he couldn't bear to be around her. He stayed away until she was feeling better, saying that it was only natural to behave in such a way. Essentially, the man's impressions that his daughter's illness was a bad thing, was a mistake, and when we judge things to be bad, we'll be inclined to avoid them. Okay, so Epictetus isn't really buying that, and he picks up two preconceptions to put together and apply to the situation to show the man that he was wrong. So the first of those preconceptions is that loving one's family is natural and good, and the second one is what is reasonable is good. Okay. So the idea being, if two things are good, they can't really be in conflict with each other. And Epictetus is going to aim to point out that abandoning those you love is not a reasonable thing to do, and therefore not good, and then also not done out of love. Okay. And Epictetus does this with a little bit of Socratic questioning. Okay, so I'll be quoting now the conversation here between Epictetus and this distressed man. So Epictetus says, since you've had such affection for your child, then was it right for you to rush off and leave it? And its mother, has she no affection for the child? Well, of course she does, the man said. Should its mother too have abandoned it then, or not? She shouldn't have. And its nurse, does she love it? She does, he said. Should she too have abandoned it? In no way. And its attendant, does he love it? He does. Should he too have abandoned it then, to go off, so that the child would have been left on its own without help, as a result of great affection which is held by you, its parents, and all who had charge of it, and would quite possibly have died in the hands of those who had no love or care for it? Heaven forbid. And that's Discourses 111, 21 to 23. So in doing this, Epictetus shows the man that his actions were not reasonable and therefore not good. Since they're not good, they also could not be the result of loving one's child, but instead they're formed from a mistaken judgment left unexamined. Okay. Really, the man was judging his child's sickness from his own perspective and not in accordance with nature. And looking at this from his wife's perspective, the nurse and the attendant kind of helped move the man's judgment so that it was a little closer to being in accordance with nature. Okay. So what we want to aim to have is our preconceptions applied correctly in accordance with nature. We do this, when we do this, we act appropriately. And in this manner, we're free from disturbance and we can experience serenity. So these resulting actions from adequate impressions tested against our preconceptions and then viewed in accordance with nature go on to build our concepts of knowledge and help us deal with impressions in the future. Okay. So if we go back now to the impressions where we started with, remember I mentioned they come with value judgments attached to them. Some of those value judgments come from the way that we've habitually judged things in the past. The man from Discourses 111 who is distressed at his child being ill may still be distressed the next time his child falls ill, though with the help of Epictetus, he would hopefully no longer judge that impression. He would hopefully be able to judge that impression correctly before assenting to it. And he would stay with his child instead, as would be appropriate. Okay. If he does this a few times, he may come to see that his child being ill is not at all, in fact, bad. And what is truly good for him is staying there, loving and supporting his child. With enough work and positive habits, when his children fall ill, for example, he'll no longer have the value judgments that their sickness is bad and will no longer have that kind of initial motive or impulse to flee and run away when they're sick. Okay. So our correct judgments can actually modify the way we perceive impressions in the future. And by modifying or removing that initial value judgment, we can bring them more in line with nature. Okay. So I have kind of a personal, kind of silly example. Well, it's not silly. It's silly now looking back on it. But one of my sons is quite independent. He really likes doing things for himself. And sometimes this results in him making a mess. And I used to get quite angry when he would make a mess, pouring himself a glass of milk, for example. If the jug was half full or so, he could do it on his own, no problem. But any fuller, and it would be a challenge. Sometimes he would drop the entire jug of milk and make a huge mess, and I'd get quite upset, yell at him, etc., ask why he couldn't just ask for help, and why didn't he just know that the milk was too full and he couldn't actually handle it. Okay? So eventually I realized, and really anyone looking at the situation from the outside would probably realize as well, that my anger and frustrations weren't really a rational response. So instead they're being created by my mistaken judgment that the spilt milk was something bad, and probably another mistaken judgment that my son was being intentionally inconsiderate. Okay? So I took time, reflected, and thought about that. Another preconception from Epictetus, Nothing outside our own sphere of choice can be bad. Spilt milk is outside my sphere of choice, so it really can't be bad. Also, another thing, children grow, they become more independent, which means they'll be making mistakes. So that's in a way natural and good. So spilt milk isn't bad. Kids learning and making mistakes is natural and good. Problem solved, right? I figured this out, write it down, and I never get upset ever again. Well, no, it takes a little bit of time because I'd been for a long time in the habit of getting angry and also had not been in the habit of carefully examining my impressions. So I still got mad the next time it happened because I still had that value judgment that it was bad. But I realized and I'd stop. As soon as I realized and noticed, stop, apologize right away, help my son clean up the mess. After a few times, I was no longer like physically getting angry, though I was still frustrated, noticeably frustrated when it first happened, right? Upset internally. But that made the situation a whole lot easier to deal with. I'm not upset. My kid's not getting upset. We just clean things up and then move on. Okay. Now, after a while, I noticed I wasn't getting upset at all. The impression didn't have the value judgment that it was bad, and it was just a mess, something to be cleaned up, and I could judge it the way it was and move on. Okay. And this was kind of a major turning point because it created also a nice, kind of a hard to describe feeling. It was kind of blissful. I assume that's what people mean when they say tranquility. It was, just completely undisturbed, spilt milk all over the place, and not a problem at all. Okay. So examples like these are relatively simple and straightforward, but the full task takes quite a bit more effort and dedication. What we need is a complete interconnected system of preconceptions in order to apply them correctly. And we need to take time to examine them, as Epictetus says. So in this quote here, I'll skip the first one, read the second one. Who among us doesn't talk of good and bad and about the advantageous and disadvantageous? Who among us doesn't have a preconception of each of these things? Is it properly understood, however, and complete? So elsewhere in the discourses, Epictetus speaks of having systematically examined preconceptions, systematic in that they all need to fit together with all the other preconceptions, and then there'll be no conflict between them because they should all be based off of what is good. Okay? And in ending, I have a passage from Marcus Aurelius: venerate your faculty of judgment, for it depends entirely on this, that there should never arise in your ruling center any judgment that fails to accord with nature or with the constitution of a rational being. And it is this that guarantees freedom from hasty judgments in fellowship with humankind and obedience to the gods. That's Meditations 3.9. Okay, so I got to figure out how to stop sharing my screen now. Sorry, that was a little longer than the 15 minutes. I'm all messed up here, guys. I don't know what happened to my
Look for the
stop sharing. There we go. I found it. Okay. So yeah, thank you all for your time there.
Oh, that was a great talk. I think that was actually one of the most coherent discussions on impressions and assent. So really good job there. I know you didn't really go over time at all. Actually, we're pretty good. Does anyone have any, like, you maybe a minute? Does anyone have any questions for Ryan? And if you do, I'd like to open the floor to you, please. Massimo.
So it's more a comment, and I'd like to hear what Ryan thinks about it. We often say that, of following Epictetus, that if something is not up to us, then it's neither good nor bad. It's not our concern. However, that's a very strict interpretation of the text. But I wonder if it's tenable from a modern perspective, because what literally is true is that if something is not under our control, then there's nothing we can do about it, number one. And number two, it doesn't affect our character. And the reason Epictetus says it's neither bad nor good is because the only things that are good or bad, according to the Stoics, are things that affect our character. The only thing, especially for Epictetus, the only thing that is good is your good judgments. The only thing that is bad is the bad judgments. Whatever happens externally or whatever people think or say, they don't affect your judgment. Therefore, they're neither good nor bad. However, they are, aren't they? I mean, there are certain things that people say or do that are in fact good or bad. I mean, you know, your son spilling the milk probably doesn't fall into that category.
Yeah.
But we can all think of easily of examples of things that really do deserve the label of good or bad. And so I wondered if that isn't a limitation of ancient Stoicism. Of course, the ancient Stoics did use the word preferred or dispreferred, but that somehow seems a little weak when it comes to, you know, injustice, genocide, environmental disaster, things like this. Like, well, it's dispreferred.
Yeah, and that's something I've been thinking about, and I want to keep thinking about a little more, and how to make sense of it fuller, because in order to make sense, you need to look at it within the whole, right? But that's a really hard thing to do, and a really hard thing to grasp your head around. And I'm trying to formulate a good question to ask some other people. In a podcast recently, I heard Kai Whiting say that it wasn't a genocide example. I think it was something to do with a bunch of dolphins getting killed or whatever. But he said that, you know, we might consider that as like a crime against the cosmos or whatever, just because of how terrible it is. So I want to try and, you know, dig a little deeper into that and then see how true it is, right? And because there are things that are, yeah, like bad, that we would just say are bad, like just our common notions of what is bad is like those things: genocide, killing dolphins for no reason, that sort of thing. It's like, yeah. So I don't really have an answer for you as to, you know, how tenable it is. It is something I'm still working through myself and trying to figure out. So
I have a comment. Well, thank you, Ryan. This was really a nice talk. I really like the whole kind of review of all the epistemology. And I have a comment that follows a little bit in that. Someone said, I mean, I've been reading this, but a long time ago, so I don't clearly remember it. But someone said there are indifferents that are preferred and dispreferred, but we shouldn't be indifferent to indifference, which because the word indifferent has many meanings, right? And the indifferent, in the sense that there was a learned discussion about the meaning of the word indifferent, saying that they are indifferent in the sense that whether they happen or not doesn't change our virtue per se. But that doesn't mean that a virtuous person will not react to that fact of the universe. For example, a spilled milk. Well, you know, I mean, I can understand your anger, your anger, and your. But then, of course, the best reaction is probably to say, what is the proper emotion to have in front of the kid, so that he learned, because you want to be an educator, he learned to not spill it or know his limitation, right, or something. But eventually, you know, I've been now, since I've been practicing Stoicism, I've been practicing simulated anger, which is kind of I don't know if it's useful, but sometimes you have to pretend to be angry so that people get an emotional message out of your communication. But it's not that easy sometimes to separate from true anger. But I'm not saying we should be angry with a kid. I'm just saying that the fact that the kid spills milk doesn't leave you indifferent, even though it's out of your control. You still will respond by some educational way to try to correct the situation in the future, right?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, indifference are important. Like without indifference, there's really nothing for us to actually prove or build our virtuous character from, right? We don't need those to have a good and happy and fulfilling life, but I mean, we need to live in the world. And it's going to be filled with things outside ourselves. And it's not even that just if something is like, if something is not my will or my choice, like Epictetus says, that it has no value at all. For the Stoics, I think there's value in other things. Like one external good would be love and friendship. Although they also say that only the sage can truly be in love and all of that. But like two sages being in love, it would be an external good for both of them, where they kind of mutually, I guess, help each other out. So.
Right on. Are there any other questions for Ryan? All right, then I would suggest that we move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Massimo Pigliucci. And he was going to talk on the concept of Panta rhei, everything changes, and why this matters to you. And Massimo, thank you very much for joining us. And we're very excited to hear your talk. So I'll give you the floor, please.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. And by the way, I apologize for my comment was actually made when my microphone was out of place, which is probably why it was difficult to hear. We fixed that one. So I understand I actually have two mini talks. One is about Panta rhei, and then the other one is about Epictetus and the blind man. And what I figured out I would do is I have no slides. I'm just going to chat a little bit and talk about these two topics, present a few quotes, which if I can manage easily, I will actually also share in the chat so that people can read the quote and see what I'm talking about. And then leave as much time as possible to the discussion, because I think being an intimate group, and it will be much more interesting if we actually have a conversation rather than a one-way monologue. So let's start with the first one, Panta rhei, everything changes, and why it should matter to us. One of the most important, as you guys probably know, one of the most important influences on the Stoics was a pre-Socratic philosopher, Heraclitus of Ephesus, who lived between 525 and 475 BCE. Of course, Stoicism didn't come out of nowhere. There were lots of influences, some of which, the most important one arguably being Socrates. But in fact, some of Stoic bits and pieces of Stoic philosophy go even before Socrates. And one of the obvious examples is Heraclitus. Heraclitus' influence is particularly obvious in Marcus Aurelius, but it's really found pretty much throughout the Stoic authors. Now, Heraclitus was known as the obscure because of the difficulty of his writings, and also as the crying philosopher because he was pessimistic about the fate of human nature. So he thought that the only sensible reaction to the human condition is to cry. And it was kind of interesting because throughout the Renaissance, he was actually paired up with, I think, Democritus, the atomist, who was known as the laughing philosopher, because looking at the same issue, he thought, the misery of the human condition, he thought that the only sensible reaction is laughing at it. And in this particular case, I think that Democritus got a better take on things than Heraclitus, but that's a different issue. All right, so Heraclitus is famous for a number of things, among which the concept of the logos, which plays a major part in Stoic metaphysics, but that's not what we're talking about today. I want to focus on the notion of impermanence, the idea that everything changes all the time. The catchphrase that is often attributed to Heraclitus is, "It is impossible to step in the same river twice." That particular version comes from Plutarch, but something similar is also mentioned by Plato and by other authors. Now, why is it impossible to step into the same river twice? Because it's never the same river. Because rivers are dynamic systems, and so it may look like the same river, but in fact, the water, the sediments, the conditions are different every minute. In fact, arguably, we are not the same either moment to moment, and so the other reason why we don't step into the same river twice is not just because the river is not the same; it's we are not the same, right? Now, everything according to everything, not just the river or ourselves, according to Heraclitus, changes, which brings me to his most famous catchphrase, arguably Panta rhei, which is Greek for everything flows or everything changes. And in fact, that particular phrase is found among other places in one of Plato's dialogues, the Cratylus. Now, as I mentioned before, the Stoic that was most influenced by Heraclitus was Marcus Aurelius. So I'm going to actually read a few quotes by Marcus, and I'm going to put them in there in the chat, and hopefully offer them for food for thought. The first quote comes from Meditations 2:17, where Marcus says, "Finally, waiting for death with a cheerful mind, as being nothing else than a dissolution of the elements of which every living being is compounded. But if there is no harm to the elements themselves in each continually changing into another, why should a man have any apprehension about the change and dissolution of all the elements?" So everything changes. We are going to dissolve ourselves after death, and that is shouldn't be cause for concern. Why not? Because it doesn't concern everything else. Nothing else seems to be concerned. So why the hell should we be the exception, basically? A little later on in the Meditations, at 4:13, Marcus says, "Every part of me then will be reduced by change into some part of the universe, and that again will change into another part of the universe, and so on forever." So this is a notion of recycling, basically, right? Cosmic recycling. Of course, it's not you who is going to be recycled; it's bits and pieces of you, and therefore, your conscience doesn't actually survive. You don't survive as a person, as an individual, but bits and pieces of you do. The next one is Meditation 7:18. "Is any man afraid of change? What can take place without change? What then is more pleasing or more suitable to the universal nature? And can you take a hot bath unless the wood for the fire undergoes a change? And can you be nourished unless the food undergoes a change? And can anything else that is useful be accomplished without change? Do you not see, then, that for yourself also to change is just the same and equally necessary for the universal nature?" I'd like to notice the constant reference, the repeated reference to the universal nature, and we can talk about that if you guys want. That is in fact a reference to the Logos, the other one of the Heraclitean major concepts that influence the Stoics. But there is also this notion that, well, nothing worthwhile actually happens without change. So to be against change is essentially to be against anything worthwhile happening in the universe. Of course, the argument could be flipped around. You could say, yes, but also everything that is not worthwhile happens as a result of change. So a more sort of detached version of this would point out to the neutrality of change. Some change is good, some change is not good. But the point is, it's inevitable. The next quote that I want to bring your attention to is in Meditations 7:32. It's a short one. Marcus says, "About death, whether it is a dispersion or a resolution into atoms or annihilation, it is either extinction or change." And of course, extinction itself is a kind of change in the first place. Here, Marcus this is one of those famous gods or atoms phrases that you find scattered throughout the Meditations. And the atoms part is a reference to Epicurean metaphysics. Basically, what Marcus is doing there is contemplating the possibility that the Stoics might not have gotten the metaphysics right, that the Epicureans got it right. It's all atoms bumping into the void. This is not to say that Marcus himself was agnostic about this point, because it's pretty clear evidence within the Meditation that Marcus did accept the Stoic metaphysics. But he's open-minded enough to at least 6 or 7 times in the Meditations to openly ask himself the question. And usually the answer is, whatever. In other words, whether the Stoics or the Epicureans are correct, the fact is I still need to be a decent human being. I still need to accept change. I still need to face death, all that sort of stuff. So it doesn't really seem to be changing things that much for him, at least. The next to the last quote that I want to bring up is from book 10, section 11. Acquire the contemplative way of seeing how all things change into one another and constantly attend to it, and exercise yourself about this part of philosophy, for nothing is so much adapted to produce magnanimity. This is an explicit example of a Stoic exercise that Marcus puts forth in the Meditations. He's literally talking about acquiring, presumably by repetition, this habit of contemplating change, and he connects this contemplation to a desired result in terms of ethics, right? So you would become more magnanimous. You will be more great-souled, because the magnanimity means to have a great soul, right? So this is interesting. It's an interesting quote, because there are three things going on here that are connected to each other, right? There is a bit of metaphysics. Everything changes. That comes from Epictetus. There is an explicit mention of an exercise, repeat that and contemplate that truth. And then there is the implication that truth, especially if you repeat it and contemplate it constantly, brings about positive ethical results. So this is one of those cases where there's a direct connection between metaphysics exercises and ethics. So I thought that was particularly interesting. The last quote comes from near the end of the Meditations, at least the way it's usually arranged. That's book 12, section 21. Consider that before long you will be nobody and nowhere, nor will any of the things exist that you now see, nor any of those who are now living. For all things are formed by nature to change and be turned and to perish, in order that other things in continuous succession may exist. So change is, again, not only natural and inevitable, it is actually necessary, right? It's how things actually happen in the world. So those are the major points that I wanted to make. Let me just summarize what I think are the lessons, the take-home messages from all of this, and then we can open up for a discussion. One lesson is, of course, that change is inevitable at both the personal and the cosmic levels, and that this, according to the Stoics, means that it is irrational to deny or reject something that is inevitable, right? The only reasonable course of action that we have is actually to embrace change, because what are we going to do if we don't like it? It's going to happen anyway. The second point is that change is not only inevitable, it is actually necessary for the workings of the universe, right? And in particular, it has made us possible in the first place. It will make the next generation possible. And so it is not just a matter of inevitability, it's also a matter of necessity. Third, contemplating change helps, as we've seen in the next to the last quote, develop an attitude of equanimity, of magnanimity. And this in turn brings about a state of ataraxia. Ataraxia is, of course, mental tranquility. That's not the goal of Stoic philosophy, although it is the goal of Epicurean philosophy, but it is a nice side product, so to speak, of Stoicism, right? So if you really are magnanimous about things, if you really develop an attitude of equanimity toward your son spilling the milk, then you will achieve ataraxia. You will be tranquil. You would not be disturbed. And then finally, accepting and contemplating change help us deal with arguably the most challenging aspect of our existence, and that's death, both our own death and the death of our loved ones. Marcus repeats his contemplations on death throughout the Meditations. One can almost say that he was obsessed with death, but it wasn't really an obsession. First of all, he wrote the Meditations when he was near dying anyway, so it's kind of natural for a human being to sort of contemplate death more when you get closer to it. But there's no reason to think that he actually was afraid of death or was disturbed by his own the prospect of his own annihilation. He was just looking at it from a Stoic perspective. That is, it's part of change. It's inevitable. So what am I concerned about? So I'm going to put the 4 take-home messages in the chat again so that people can perhaps look at them during the discussion. And I'm going to close this first part here and open up the conversation.
Right on. Thank you very much, Massimo. That was actually one I was really looking forward to, because I think that Panta rhei concept is one that we don't really talk about too much in Stoicism, but I think it is a fundamental element, like you went over here, for Stoic ethics on many different levels. So I do have a question myself, but I'd like to open it up to others first, if anyone else has any thoughts or questions that they want to ask.
Looks like you're first.
Looks like it's me then. All right. So with Panta rhei, one thing that I thought of this is, and you touch it in your quotes as well, that I think that the concept of Panta rhei also connects with the Stoic concept that all things are interconnected, and that all things are interconnected through the process of Panta rhei. And that also brings about an ethical obligation for us to have cosmopolitanism. Does that ring true to what you were saying in this one as well?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Although I think that part is a little bit more problematic. So let me expand. Yes, you're right. If everything changes, and this is a universal thing, then of course everything changes in other things. That means that directly or indirectly everything is connected. And that is one way you can develop the notion of cosmopolitanism, although typically the notion of cosmopolitanism arises from the fact that the Stoics think that beings that are capable of reason are deserving of being treated with justice, meaning the cardinal virtue of justice, which means that we need to treat people that are capable of reason with equanimity, fairness, etc., etc. So that's another way you get the cosmopolitanism, right? And that, open parenthesis, that also is a little bit problematic, however, from a modern perspective, because what it does get you is human cosmopolitanism. It doesn't get you universal cosmopolitanism, meaning it doesn't get you to where people like Kai, for instance, want to go. That is extending hierarchically circles of concern to other animals, because other animals are not capable of reason, and therefore, from a Stoic, or at least not to the extent, certainly nowhere near the extent to which human beings are, and therefore, and even the animals that are maybe capable of some degree of reason, for instance, on other primates, those are a minor fraction of all the animals. So I think that is one issue where Stoicism does run into limitations. I think that the better way of looking at that problem comes from, of all people, Jeremy Bentham, who was the founder of utilitarianism. And I am certainly not a utilitarian, but Bentham famously said that the real question when it comes to how to treat animals is not whether they think or whether they talk, but whether they suffer. Right? So that we are supposed to, that it is unethical to impose suffering. And now that's a much more general criterion than the Stoic one, because while reason is limited to a small number of animal species, particularly humans, suffering is not. It's arguably universal among animals, and if not universal, near universal. I mean, there is still discussions among biologists, for instance, whether some very simple animals are capable of experiencing pain or not. But anyway, close that parenthesis. Let me go back to what you were saying about everything being connected to everything else. Right, that notion, which is of course technically true, right? Even from a modern scientific perspective, yeah, if cause and effect is universal, then everything is literally connected to everything else. However, it got the Stoics into some serious trouble, the ancient Stoics into serious trouble. That phrase, everything is connected to everything else, always reminds me of one of the science fiction stories by Douglas Adams, the author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He wrote 2 books about this detective, Dirk Gently, who opened up what he called a holistic detective agency. And Dirk Gently's approach to detective to be a detective was I just sit here and wait until the right clues pass in front of me because everything is connected to everything else, and so eventually that will pass. Right? Eventually we'll see that. Needless to say, it doesn't work very well as an approach to detective work, and it doesn't work very well for the Stoics. Why? Well, because, for instance, that is the reason why the Stoics were firm believers in divination, which was this practice that a lot of the ancient Greeks and Romans did of looking at entrails and flights of birds and things like that and try to predict the future. If you think about it, literally makes sense. If you believe that everything is connected with everything else, then you can look, in theory at least, at any portion of the universal web of cause and effect and derive, make inferences about any other portion. So you could look at the entrails of an animal and derive information about the future of Julius Caesar. Now we know that doesn't work, and so that got the Stoics into serious trouble. I mean, there is an entire book by Cicero, who was normally sympathetic to the Stoics, that he wrote. It's called On Divination, where he really goes out, after the Stoics viciously. The second book of On Divination, he just completely says, "What are you guys talking about? This is nonsense." And the reason I bring that up is for one, because we need to be careful as modern Stoics. We need to be careful about, there are certain parts of ancient Stoicism that really don't hold up very much to modern scrutiny. The other one is just because I've always been interested, my other major interest is in the relationship between science and pseudoscience. And it turns out that Cicero's On Divination is one of the very early treatises on pseudoscience in the Western tradition. And it's so well written that still today, philosophers who are interested in pseudoscience, they actually read On Divination, because it has basically a list of all the criteria that you want to use in order to detect pseudoscience and separate it from good stuff. So, okay, sorry, that was a long answer to your question, but.
Oh, it was a good one though. Now, so I've got you rather booked till noon, so to speak, because we want to get through half of them in 2 hours, and your next talk would be constitute half, or the first half. So we've actually got a bit of extra time. So if everyone's will give me a little leeway here, I would like to ask one other question, but of course, we have to keep time in mind. Is everyone all right with that? Any objections to furthering on? All right. So I also had a thought that Panta rhei connects with the concept of physis and becoming, specifically of becoming there. So as everything is changing, is that a manifestation of the Stoic concept of a becoming? And what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know that I thought about it that way. Yeah, I suppose you could put it that way. There are some modern philosophers that go into that direction, right? So one of the modern interpreters of Heraclitus actually is Heidegger, of all people. And I will not comment further because I know nothing about Heidegger. So I will not, every time that I try to read Heidegger, I give up after a few pages into it. So, and in fact, I even looked at secondary sources. I said, surely somebody can explain Heidegger to me clearly enough. And the answer is no, at least not that I've been able to find. So I'm not going to make any further comments on Heidegger, but I do know that he does look into some of the Greek literature, in particular, Heraclitus. I think more interestingly, there is a modern version of Heraclitus's metaphysics, which is actually, if not prominent, certainly rising in prominence among modern metaphysicians, and that's called process metaphysics. So process metaphysics is essentially the Heraclitean idea that there are no objects, that everything is a process, right? That even things that look like processes, such as the chair that is now in front of me on my side, well, that's actually a slow moving process. It's so slow moving that I can't see it, and much of it is microscopic anyway, so I can't see it. But it's not a stable entity at all. It's just over time it will eventually break down and be reabsorbed, its elements will be reabsorbed in the general cosmos. Or a mountain is something that at the human scale of perception seems stable, but in fact we know from geology that it's not. Mountains grow and then they decay. The same thing. So pretty much everything you can think of is a process. And process metaphysics has got some interesting sort of applications and also some interesting criticism from a modern perspective. But I think actually is in pretty good agreement with modern physics. And I take that to be a good thing, because I'm wary of any metaphysics that does not agree with physics. Not because current physics is the ultimate arbiter of things, because physicists themselves will probably change their mind about how the universe really works, a decade or 2 or 3 decades down the road. But because right now that's our best bet. right now, if you want to have a better understanding, the best understanding possible for human beings about how the universe works, I would go into physics and then update my beliefs accordingly as the physicists will change theirs. So there is a book that came out a few years ago, which I do not recommend, because unless you have a serious interest in both quantum mechanics and metaphysics, because it's pretty hard to read. But if you do have that interest, then I certainly recommend it. It's called Everything Must Go. Everything as 2 words. And it's by 2 philosophers, James Lederman and Don Ross. And what they try to do is to basically reconcile what I'm calling process metaphysics with fundamental physics. And their conclusion is that, in fact, as far as fundamental physics tells us, at the bottom level that we have access to, the level of particles or the level of fields, it's all in flux, it's all process. And in fact, if you take seriously the notion that particles themselves are not really objects, they're not things, the things of the title, they're really, like, think of electrons, for instance, they're just, instantiation of quantum phenomena that have certain properties, but they're not objects. We shouldn't think of particles as little things, little planets orbiting around atoms and things like that. And then you go to the even lower level, that of fields. That's even more obviously a process, right? And at that level, Lederman and Ross argue, at that level, you essentially find no things at all. Hence the title of the book, Everything Must Go, right? So turns out at the bottom of it all, there are no things at all. Now, you still have to explain, therefore, how the illusion of things appears at a microscopic level. And people, philosophers like Daniel Dennett, for instance, speak of patterns, that what we see, what we think of as objects, are actually patterns in the general field that is the universe. And I like that way of looking at it. And that one is one area where I think both Stoic metaphysics and particularly Heraclitean metaphysics are perfectly in alignment, at least potentially perfectly in alignment with modern science.
And that everything must go is kind of an expression of Panta rhei as well. So
that's right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you everyone for entertaining me with that one. So the next talk is still again with Massimo. And this is one that is a controversial one, even within Stoic communities. And it is that Epictetus and the blind man, nobody does evil on purpose. So again, Massimo, we'll pass it to you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So let me get my notes up. Yes, you're right. This one is controversial. So Epictetus and the blind man, and particularly the notion, which is a Socratic notion, as we'll see in a minute, that nobody does evil on purpose. And you're right, even Stoic practitioners just hear this and say, wait, what? All right, so let's start by considering a passage from Epictetus. This is from Discourses 1:18:3, and I'm going to put it in the chat. He says, this man who has fallen into error and is mistaken about the most important matters and thus has gone blind, not with regard to the eyesight that distinguishes white from black, but with regard to the judgment that distinguishes good from bad. Should someone like this be put to death? If you put the question in that way, you'll recognize the humanity of the thought that you're expressing and see that it is equivalent to saying, should this blind man then, or that deaf one, be put to death? This is in response of a student of Epictetus who brought forth is like, well, there are people that do bad things, and some of them do bad enough things that they should be put to death, that we should just get rid of them, right? And Epictetus here is explaining this notion of, no, these people are actually literally sick or malfunctioning in a sense, right? They're just like this, as if they were blind or deaf. It's not their fault. They didn't choose to be blind or deaf. And so we should act toward them the same way in which we act toward people who are disabled. First of all, you don't blame them, number one. Number two, you, of course, try to make it so that they don't hurt other people because of their disability. And third, if possible, you're going to help them out with that disability. It's possible that a blind man will reacquire sight. It's possible that a deaf man will reacquire hearing. And so it is possible that somebody who doesn't understand the difference between good and bad will actually acquire or reacquire that ability. So it's a really interesting metaphor, it's an analogy, which, by the way, it's part of a general analogy, of a recurrent analogy that especially Epictetus makes, but also other Stoics, between ethics and medicine, or sometimes ethics and athletics, right? The two major ongoing metaphors are that our way of thinking about how to become better persons should be similar to the way in which we think about physical health, either by exercise or by taking medicine or by eating the right diet, or things like that. All right, so the basic idea, therefore, is that people don't do bad things on purpose, but they do them because they're deficient in their understanding of what is truly good and evil. Now, this notion, again, like so many notions in Stoicism, is not actually original with the Stoics, although the Stoics elaborated on it and run with it in a sense. But this is actually a Socratic version, Socratic notion, and specifically, it comes out very clearly in the Euthydemus, which is a Platonic dialogue. If people want to actually go check the section that's around 281d, where Socrates utters this famous phrase, "Wisdom alone is the good for men, ignorance the only evil." Right? Now, this may sound bizarre. Like, what do you mean, ignorance? Do Socrates and Epictetus mean that bad people don't know what they're doing, they're doing bad things? How is that even possible, right? Immediately, most people that I've heard objecting to this notion immediately go for what is now known as a new informal logical fallacy, the reductio ad Hitlerum, which means they bring up Hitler. And because once you bring up Hitler, then that's the end of the story. Like, how can you possibly argue against Hitler? Well, try me. I'll argue even about the Hitler point in a minute, because I think so would Epictetus. And in fact, this may come up during the discussion if I don't remember to bring it back up before I finish. The Buddha explicitly brings up, sorry, not the Buddha, the Dalai Lama explicitly brings up Epictetus, Hitler in a very similar context. All right, but before we get there, now, things become a little bit more clear in terms of what Socrates means when we realize that, in fact, the Greek word that is often translated as ignorance here, when Socrates says ignorance is the only evil, is amatia, which is spelled A-M-A-T-H-I-A. And in Greek, in ancient Greek, amatia literally means lack of wisdom. So it's not really saying that ignorance is the only evil. He's basically saying wisdom alone is the good for man, and unwisdom the only evil, right? So lack of wisdom or unwisdom is the only evil, which sounds very different from just ignorance. We're not talking about somebody who doesn't go to college and therefore it runs into problems. You can go to college all you want and still be unwise. All right. Open parentheses, this is often a problem. We were talking about it even also earlier on. This is often a problem, unfortunately, with Stoic language. The Stoics were very precise about their language. In fact, one of the complaints that other schools had is that the Stoics made up a bunch of new terms. Even Cicero, who had to translate those terms, he complains at the beginning of book 3 of the Finibus. It says, you guys just come up with all sorts of new terminology, make it difficult to really understand what the hell you're talking about. But in fact, the objective was the opposite, to come up with new terms so that they could be very precise about what they were talking about. And so often we were saying earlier, you read Epictetus and you say, oh, you shouldn't be concerned, for instance, about your loved ones dying. Well, no, that's not right, because the original word there is not concern. And so if you look at the Greek and you translate it a little bit more accurately, then actually a lot of these problems go away, or at least they make more sense. So in this particular case, the word is amatia, which means unwisdom. So it's not that bad people are ignorant of what they do, it's that they lack wisdom, right? Which is precisely why they do bad things. So Socrates mentions the same concept in another dialogue, which a lot of people don't read, unfortunately. It's called the Alcibiades Major. And that dialogue is about the conversation between Socrates and Alcibiades. Alcibiades was Socrates' friend and student and allegedly lover, although there's some discussion about that. And Alcibiades was this really flamboyant character. It was handsome. It was brilliant. It was rich. It was daring. It was everything that you want in a person. And sure enough, when he was young, he went to Socrates and says, I'm gonna lead Athens one of these days. So what do you think? And Socrates, is not very happy with that notion, because he thinks that Alcibiades lacks wisdom, right? He's affected by amatia. And so there is a bit in that dialogue in the Alcibiades Major that goes like this. Socrates says, but if you are bewildered, is it not clear from what has gone before, that is what we've discussed before, that you are not only ignorant of the greatest things, but while not knowing them, you think that you do? And Alcibiades says, yeah, I'm afraid so. You're right, Socrates. And then Socrates continues and says, alack then, Alcibiades, for the plight you are in. I shrink indeed from giving it a name, but still, as we are alone, let me speak out. You are wedded to unwisdom, my fine friend, of the vilest kind. You are impeached of this by your own words, out of your own mouth. And this, it seems, is why you dash into politics before you have been educated. And you are not alone in this plight, but you share it with most of those who manage our city's affairs, except just a few, and perhaps your guardian Pericles. So Socrates is basically saying that most politicians are affected by amatia. Most politicians make the wrong move because they go into politics exactly for the same reasons that Alcibiades goes into politics, out of hubris. Not because they know what they're doing, not because they care for the common good, but because they care about themselves and have no idea what they're doing. Now, if that sounds familiar with modern politicians, I think we're on the same page there. Now, let me bring it up a little bit to modern philosophy that has, however, again, a lot to say about ancient Stoicism. So there's a modern article on this topic by a philosopher named Sherwood Belanger, who comments about these two crucial words that are used in the dialogue in the Alcibiades Major that I just read an excerpt from. One word is agnoia, and the other one is amatia that we just encountered. And he says, I'm quoting here Belanger, he says, agnoia means literally not knowing. Amatia means literally not learning. In addition to the type of amatia that is an inability to learn, there is another form that is an unwillingness to learn. Robert Musi, in an essay called Unstupidity, distinguishes between two forms of stupidity. One he called an honorable kind, due to a lack of natural ability, and another, much more sinister kind, that he called intelligent stupidity. And what Alcibiades is suffering from is intelligent stupidity. You see, there are some people who just don't get it, right? There's some of us who are just limited, and we're not wise. But we don't think about becoming politicians, statesmen, generals, stuff like that. We know that that kind of stuff is not for us because we just don't get it. We don't know enough. We're not good enough. But then there are the intelligently stupid people who should know better, basically, right? So one of the reasons Socrates is upset with Alcibiades is because like, you got everything that you could possibly want. You're, as we would say today, you're highly privileged, right? You're smart, you're rich, you're famous, you're dashing. It's like, what else do you want? Why don't you get it? Why is it that you don't get how you should in fact act? Now, the same philosopher that I just mentioned, Sherwood Belanja, continues in his paper. He cites another essay on stupidity by Glenn Hughes. And he says, the higher pretentious form of stupidity stands only too often in crass opposition to its honorable form. It is not so much lack of intelligence as failure of intelligence. This is an important point. For the reason that it presumes to accomplishments to which it has no right. Right? So again, Alcibiades is not stupid. And that's why when people translate the Socratic phrase as, you know, the problem with evil is ignorance, it doesn't quite do it the right job, because Alcibiades, among other people, it's not stupid, or not in the sense of not being intelligent. The stupidity this addresses is no mental illness, yet it is most lethal, a dangerous disease of the mind that endangers life itself. Since the higher stupidity consists not in an inability to understand, but in a refusal to understand. And any healing or reversal of it will not occur through rational argumentation, through a greater accumulation of data and knowledge, or through experiencing new and different things. We may say that the reversal of a spiritual sickness must entail a spiritual cure. So this is an important point, because this is the situation here is like, you're not going to make progress, but just explaining to certain people what is virtuous and what is not virtuous, because they just don't, they refuse to get it. It's not that they don't get it because they're stupid. They hear you, they understand your words, but they refuse to get it because they are spiritually sick. Their character is not there. And so you're not going to be able to teach somebody who doesn't want to be taught to improve their character. That was one of the major Socratic points that is, you know, there's especially in the Meno, which is a Platonic dialogue. Socrates arrives to the conclusion that although you would think that virtue can be taught, it actually cannot, because people have to want to be virtuous in the first place. And then they can learn it, and they can. I heard a recording in the background. Hey, Don. So, so it's something that people have to want. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. There's another philosopher that I like to refer to that comments also on Socrates' take on this thing, and his name is D.R. Khashaba. And he says, Socrates' life mission was to combat amatia, or ignorance, by helping his interlocutors examine themselves. Amatia, the evil of which the Socratic Kalenkos, the Socratic method, rids the soul, is not lack of knowledge in its milder variety. It is obscure and confused thought. In its more pernicious variety, it is disknowledge instilled into the soul by bad upbringing and bad education, consisting in false values and notions and beliefs. So that is why, that's one way you can make sense of the famous Socratic method. If you read the Socratic dialogues, right, you will see that Socrates almost always, there are exceptions, but almost always acts in a certain way. He never explains anything, almost never explains, there are exceptions, but he almost never explains anything. He just asks questions, right? Of course, these are leading questions. These are not, you know, sometimes the Socratic method is presented as, oh, Socrates is just, you know, asking questions and going around and, you know, exploring. He's not exploring, the squally dude. He knows exactly where he's going. The questions are leading, right? Why? Well, because he thinks that that is the way in which you might get people to question their own lack of wisdom, to acknowledge their own lack of wisdom, and then start wanting to learn. Not by giving them a lecture, because they're not ready to listen, but by little by little, by way of the Alenkos, bringing them to a position of what we would today call cognitive dissonance, where they have to admit to themselves that they really don't know what the hell they're talking about. And that is the moment where they start saying, okay, maybe I really need to learn something here. I need to pay attention, learn something. And by the way, we're often presented with Socratic dialogues where this doesn't happen. The dialogue happens in aporia, in a state of confusion and unsettled, right? Where no conclusion has been reached. But there are cases, for instance, in the dialogues by Xenophon, who is the other major source that we have about Socrates, where actually Socrates occasionally succeeds. There is a bit in the Memorabilia where I think it was Euthydemus goes to Socrates, and he's as usual so full of himself. He thinks he knows everything and all that sort of stuff. And then Socrates, little by little, sort of uses the Alencas to make Euthydemus' position crumble. And at the end, Xenophon says that Euthydemus actually understood the point, and from that point on, he associated himself with Socrates because he wanted to learn. He let go of all of these hubris. Unfortunately, that didn't work for Alcibiades. He never let go of the hubris. One more thing before I close on this one, and that is that there are some modern versions of sort of the similar concept that are interesting. And one in particular comes out of Hannah Arendt, who is a 20th century philosopher who was most famous perhaps for her notion of the banality of evil. Right? He became famous for following the Eichmann trial in Jerusalem and to write these series of articles that became a book for the New Yorker named called The Banality of Evil, where she wasn't saying, and again, the word banality here needs to be understood in concept. She wasn't saying that the Nazi were just doing, regular things. What she was saying is that most of the people that were working for the Nazi, including Eichmann, were not evil in the sense of they were out to do evil on purpose. They were just regular people who were doing what they thought was their job without really thinking that much about it. And therefore, that a lot of evil is a question of banality, meaning that people don't question what they're doing. And in the last interview that Arendt gave, which you can find on YouTube, she talks about this banality of evil, and particularly she talks about something similar to the concept of amatya that I've been talking about in the last few minutes. And I'm going to quote the bit from Arendt. She says, during the war, Ernst Jünger came across some peasants and a farmer who had taken in Russian prisoners of war straight from the camps. And naturally, they were completely starving. You know how Russian prisoners of war were treated here. And he says to Jünger, well, they're subhuman, just like cattle. Look how they devour food like cattle. Jünger comments on this story. It's sometimes as if the German people were being possessed by the devil. And he didn't mean anything demonic by that. You see, there is something outrageously stupid about this story. I mean, the story is stupid, so to speak. The man doesn't see that this is just what starving people do, right? And anyone who would behave like that. But there is something really outrageous about this stupidity. Eichmann was perfectly intelligent, but in this respect, he had this sort of stupidity. It was this stupidity that was so outrageous. And that was what I actually mean by banality. There's nothing deep about it, nothing demonic. There is simply the reluctance ever to imagine what the other person is experiencing. So that's, I'm going to close it here. That's the general notion that from Socrates to the Stoics to Hannah Arendt, the notion is that a lot of the times, all the Stoics would say always, people don't do evil on purpose, meaning, again, not that they don't know what they're doing, not that they're ignorant in the literal sense of the term, but they lack wisdom. And it is that lack of wisdom that simply limits their imagination. The guy that I just mentioned, the German officer that I just mentioned, that Arendt just mentioned, could not possibly understand that, of course, everyone who had been starving in a concentration camp would behave like an animal, so to speak, and throw himself on food. Everybody would do it, not just the Russians. And it just, his imagination, his empathy is so lacking that he doesn't get that would be the case. Okay, that's it.
Right on. Well, thank you very much. That's excellent. And actually, I think your explanation of the different translation from ignorance to wisdom would probably make it easier for many Stoics who disagree with the concept to perhaps grasp that one.
Yeah.
So, so I'd like to open up the floor then to anyone who has any questions for Massimo on this subject, please.
Can I ask a question? So
Yeah.
thank you very much for this. Was wonderful. I did review that topic last year, and so I'm glad to see the difference in in the perspectives. But also, I mean, I am very intrigued by that topic. So I have a question for you, which is, granted that some people are unwilling to improve their characters, others are distorted by education in their character, and others are just genetically just unable to get it because their character is so and so. At the end of the day, how responsible are we for our character? And isn't there some kind of a disconnection or some internal contradiction in Stoicism in that you're supposed to be free and they always give you some tools to improve yourself, but at the same time, it seems like the blind man, it's not his fault he's blind. Even though I agree the concept of amathia is powerful and it's almost enraging to see some people. We have a saying in French which says there's no worse deaf man than the one who doesn't want to hear. And I don't know if it's probably in different cultures, but the worst deaf one is the one who doesn't want to hear, right? So, so how do you relate Stoicism in terms of personal freedom? And of course, this has vast implications in our legal system, but I'm just want to stick to the philosophical point of view. The philosophical school, how does it relate personal freedom with the fact that your character seems to be in some way determined by so many things outside of your control?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great question. So my take on this is that the Stoics don't actually believe in freedom of any kind, right? I mean, yes, Epictetus does use the word freedom, but he uses it, I think, in a colloquial fashion, as in, I'm free right now to raise my hand, for instance, right? Because this is my decision, as opposed to somebody else forcing my hand to be raised. That wouldn't be my decision. So that, yes, in that sense, I'm free. But other than that, the Stoics were arguably what philosophers today call compatibilists about free will. That is, they're determinists. They believe that everything is the result of cause and effect. And yet they also believe that our decisions are ours, right? Now, in what sense are our decisions ours, right? That's the question. And I think the sense is exactly the one that I just exemplified by raising my hand. We are, in a sense, biological, very sophisticated biological decision-making machines, but machines nevertheless. The machine analogy in biology doesn't work perfectly, but stick with me for a minute. Yeah, exactly. Stick with me for a minute, right? I mean, there are issues with the machine analogy, but broadly speaking, we are in fact, I would say any animal that is equipped with a complex enough and possibly even simple nervous systems is a decision-making machine. Human beings far more than pretty much every other species on Earth, because we can reflect on our decisions, we can ponder different, complex variables, we can imagine, we can project the possible results of our decisions into the future, all that sort of stuff. But nevertheless, we are decision-making machines. So when we make the wrong decision, that's just because part of the machinery has gone wrong. The algorithm is not working well, or a bit and piece of the hardware is not working well, or whatever it is. Now, if your computer, I'm talking to you, of course, through MacBook Air. If my computer all of a sudden start doing things that I don't like, that they're not, what it's designed to do, what am I going to do? Am I going to say the computer should be condemned to death because he's a bad computer? No, I am going to either fix it, right? I'm going to try to fix it, right? I'm going to bring it to Apple and say, hey, you need to fix this because I want a functional computer, or you throw it away, but you don't blame it for anything. That, I think, is one of the reasons why the Stoics often, including Marcus, often say things like, the person who makes progress doesn't blame anybody other than himself. And then the person who's made even more progress doesn't blame even himself, right? To some extent, there is at least an implied acknowledgement that blame is out of the question. You shouldn't blame anybody, including yourself, for anything, because you're just doing whatever the cosmic web of cause and effect led you to do at this particular juncture in your life. End of story. Now, does that, however, not mean that therefore we cannot improve our own character? Of course we can.
Of course. No.
Right? Just
Yeah.
just in the same way in which I can improve my body, my fitness by going to the gym. And it is my decision to go to the gym or
Right.
to eat healthy or to go to the doctor, right?
Right.
Is it a free decision? No, it's the result of the inputs into my machinery that generated that output. And that's what it is.
But
So
it's not a pretense. Sorry, it's not a pretense to stop making quote unquote efforts. The
Right.
subjective feeling
Correct.
of trying to get out of how you feel now is still a normal human operation that we should have.
Exactly. And
like
that's
improving things.
That's right. That's exactly why the Stoics, for instance, brought up this famous argument that was much discussed by philosophers at the time, the lazy argument. The lazy argument was something that went along these lines. Like, look, if it is fated, if I'm sick right now and it is fated for that I will get well, then why bother go to the doctor, take the medicine, and all that sort of stuff, right? And the Stoic response is like, you fool. The reason you're fated to get well is precisely because you're going to the doctor and take the medicine.
Yeah,
How do you think this happens? It doesn't happen by miracle, right? It happens because you do the certain things. So yeah, it doesn't at all say that we shouldn't try to do what is best for us. It just implies that when we fail, there's no point in apportioning blame. And one more small, quick, not necessarily small, but hopefully quick comment, and that is about the part that you mentioned but wanted to skip, and that is, yes, this very much has implications for the legal system, right? Because it implies that it makes no sense to go for a legal system that is punitive. It only makes sense to try to establish a legal system that is reformative, right? Again,
absolutely
analogy,
no,
right? So we
totally
started
agree.
with
Totally agree.
yeah, we started with the
But
blind.
do you think we can get out of desert? Because it's ingrained in the culture for so long. It's almost probably ingrained in anthropology. Like in many cultures, there is desert and there is exclusion and banishment of people who are not following the rules. It's almost part of the thinking ape behavior.
I agree. I think that is clearly why we're not making that much progress in that area. There are a lot of other things, behaviors and attitudes that I think are ingrained, whether they are biologically determined or not. Let's not even go there for a moment, but they are ingrained. Like, for instance, xenophobia and racism. I think those are ingrained in the human species. But we have made progress.
Yes.
And clearly, some people at least do get around the notion that, you know what, that's actually a bad idea, and we don't need to do it. So I'm slightly optimistic, moderately optimistic, just because we have made a little bit of progress. There are people who can wrap their mind around these notions and move beyond. There are even countries, frankly, and therefore systems of laws that are moving away from the standard retributory system of justice. So some progress can be made. How much and how long it will take? Well,
we'll see. We'll see. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much again. So let's, I'm going to close the floor just for time for questions, and we'll move on. And thank you very much, Massimo. Yeah, those were both excellent talks. So we're going to progress with my talk, which is on charity, the Stoic duty of a presumption of innocence. So I do think that Stoics have a duty to treat the actions and speech of others charitably. And what I mean by that is that we should not assume that actions or speech are done with malice or stupidity or any other negative trait if those actions can also be explained with innocence. And essentially, charity in this context means to extend to everyone a presumption of innocence. We all know this phrase as a legal term, which is kind of what we were talking about just previously, but we do not always use such a position in our day-to-day interactions with our fellows. I'm going to argue that we ought to extend and utilize this concept beyond the court and into our everyday lives. So the presumption of innocence means we do not attribute a person's speech or actions to a negative cause without sufficient reason. It means if someone's speech or actions could be interpreted either as coming from malice or innocence, then we default to innocence. If someone's speech or actions could be interpreted as either coming from stupidity or intelligence, we default to intelligence. And I'll give a lighthearted example of this. Parents often call their children by the wrong names, especially when they have more than one child. And this happened to me all the time as a kid. My parents did this constantly. And sometimes they'd even call me by my cat's name. So when parents use the wrong name, we have a few options on how to interpret that. One option is we can presume the parents are stupid. They are forgetful. They are absent-minded. They don't know their own children's name. That isn't a very charitable position. The other option is to assume they are not stupid, forgetful, or absent-minded, but they made this mistake due to something else, such as spreading activation. This is the more charitable position. So why is this important? How can I justify this as being a Stoic duty? I think that charity is a manifestation of all the Stoic virtues, and I will go through them next. So charitable interpretations are a manifestation of justice. To punish an innocent person is not justice. When we are presented with a situation that can be interpreted with either malice or innocence, and there isn't evidence for either, we have a chance of being incorrect no matter what we decide. It can go either way. We might presume innocence when it turns out there was malice, and vice versa. So which of those should we choose? Well, if we're going to err, we ought to err on the side of not falsely condemning a person. Having presumption of innocence decreases the chances that an innocent person is punished. This is important for a Stoic because it is a matter of justice. Justice might not be served if a guilty person goes unpunished. This is true, but punishing an innocent person is a worse injustice. If our presumption of innocence is actually wrong, then yes, an injustice goes unpunished. If we presume malice where there was none, then we create the injustice out of nothing. That is why I would say it is better to have a policy where we do not create injustice. The only way for justice to ever take place is if we conduct justice with reason. And the only way we can be reasonable when looking at the faults of our fellows is if we do so with sufficient evidence. How could inevident assertions ever be reasonable? Charity is a manifestation of wisdom because we are seeking the truth. If we do not make an honest attempt to understand what a person truly means, then we are not being honest in our own understanding, in our own undertaking. If we are not being honest in our own understanding, then we are not engaged in seeking the truth. We are doing something else. The principle of charity can increase our own understanding of others when we fail to consider all the different possible meanings of what other people say. Then we are only able to interpret what they say through the lens of our own biases. We reinforce our own beliefs and project those onto the other person. But when we practice considering all the different possible meanings of what other people say, we expand our ability to understand people beyond our own biases. We become better at figuring out what people are actually trying to say, what they actually mean. This is to say, we become more intellectually empathic. Increasing our understanding of what people truly mean is an exercise in seeking the truth. Charity is a manifestation of temperance, because judging others without sufficient evidence could never be considered an example of temperance. But withholding judgment until there is sufficient evidence certainly is. Charity is a manifestation of courage. A common reaction to saying that we ought to be charitable in interpretations of others is that many people will complain that we are being too lenient on who they think are bad or doing bad. It is unjust to punish someone without adequate cause. It is unjust to punish someone without adequate evidence. Yet many will call for this injustice. It takes courage to stand against a crowd. We can expect to be called cowards. We can expect to be called supporters of whatever it is they consider to be bad action or speech. By exercising charity, despite the strong social pressure to not do so, we are exercising Stoic courage. Charity is a manifestation of oikeiosis, in that it creates a strong community that has faith in each other. People will generally prefer to engage with a community that makes an honest effort to truly understand what they are trying to say. People will be more willing to engage in their community if they are not afraid they will be attacked for what is actually innocent behavior. But a community that accuses and punishes people without evidence is a community engaging in a witch hunt. A community on a witch hunt is not a community that encourages participation. People know in that environment, they too might be the next one on the block. They will simply withdraw as much as they can to distance themselves from the witch hunters. And charity is treating people kindly. There is a golden rule in Stoicism to treat others as you would want to be treated. And we talked about the golden rule earlier. And this one has same issues of them. So it's not perfect, but it is what we've got in Stoic literature. And it is act by everyone in the same manner as if you supposed yourself to be him and him to be you, which is Heracles. We wouldn't want our statements that are spoken honestly and without malice to be interpreted as if they were. Therefore, Stoics should refrain from attributing malice where it could be interpreted innocently. So now, does this mean that we ignore accusations? This is the common objection to such an idea that we ought to be charitable to other people. They might say that having a presumption of innocence means you believe the accused and disbelieve the accuser. After all, if we presume a person innocent, doesn't that mean we must think the accuser is lying? And no, not at all. Firstly, having a presumption of innocence does not mean that you believe someone or even anyone. It simply means that you are not making a decision of guilt until there is sufficient evidence to support it. An accusation on itself cannot be considered sufficient so long as there are people who lie. So when presented with a situation where there's an accusation, until there is sufficient evidence to the contrary, we presume both are acting honestly and innocently. Essentially, we are exercising a Stoic withholding of assent. And now I keep stating that we need sufficient evidence, but I don't mention what that sufficient evidence is. The evidence does not always need to be without a doubt. We are likely to always have some doubts, but it does need to be sufficient that with the preponderance of all good information available, one could make a reasonable conclusion. Now, what I would say is not evidence, however, is simply that a person is a member of a group. Being a part of a group should not be considered as evidence. We all have tendencies to attribute guilt to people based on their association with others, but that is not rational. While people who group together will share some characteristics, it isn't true that they will all share any of the same characteristics. We must extend charity to members of a group and presume they are innocent. Their group membership is not sufficient evidence to forego a charitable interpretation. So to finish, a charitable interpretation of others is a manifestation of all Stoic virtues. To be uncharitable is a rejection of Stoic virtues, and therefore Stoics have a duty to be charitable with others. And that's it. So I will open the floor. Now, this one is controversial as well. Like I get a lot of pushback on this all the time. So I will open it up for any questions or thoughts and any pushback on it.
So I have a question, Jeff, that we'll see. I think a lot of people, in and outside of Stoicism would agree that we owe some charity to people. But the question is, sort of where does our charity run out? And it's okay, yeah, we got to throw this person in jail, or we have to exclude that person from something, so do you have some sort of framework for saying where, how far we go with this, where that boundary is?
Well, I'm using charity strictly in the sense of not attributing malice without evidence or guilt without evidence. And I didn't use that language in the talk, but we can extend it to that as well. So I would say there's generally never a situation where that rule would break, but that doesn't mean that there's not consequences for bad actions. Now, what those consequences should be, it can be being put in jail, for sure. I wouldn't do it as punitive, because going back to just the last talk we had is it should always be something that's trying to be rehabilitative and preventative towards the rest of society. We want to protect people from damage, and we want to, if we can, cure the sick person who was, with vice, I guess. So does that answer that question sufficiently, Tim?
Yeah, it's definitely a good start. I'm thinking of, a social media post is a kind of evidence, but if someone says, hey, so-and-so is a really bad person on social media, that's not the kind of, the level of reaction that we're justified in on that evidence would be limited. But I suppose that's a much longer and deeper conversation. What is enough evidence for this or that specific, I don't know, overcoming of that charitable principle?
Yeah, well, I think now that's going into another concept a bit, which is I like to delineate the wrongness of a action from the wrongness or badness of a person. And I don't think those are I don't think they're married. Good people can make mistakes, and well, generally, actually, I'd rather say that there's no such thing as a bad person. Not a single one. There are people who have a lack of wisdom, and that's it. So therefore, in terms of whether or not someone's a bad person or not, I'd rather reject that whole concept, to be honest. Massimo, I think I saw your hand up.
Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Yes, sorry. I was just about to say what you just said. That is, just like there is no such thing as a good computer or a bad computer. There is no such thing as a good human decision maker or a bad human decision maker. There are people who make good decisions and people who make bad decisions. And certainly that doesn't mean that we shouldn't intervene when people make bad decisions, right? I mean, the Stoicism, it's often, unfortunately, misconstrued as a quietist philosophy, as, you know, oh, so that means you're just going to stay back and do nothing. It's like, no, of course you don't. But you do it without, on top of it, adding, you know, well, that was a bad person. During my talk, I actually made a little reference to the Dalai Lama, and there's this really interesting story that was told by a colleague of mine, Owen Flanagan, who is a Buddhist. And he once interviewed the Dalai Lama, and he had just gotten into Buddhism recently, and he had discovered that the Buddhists, like the Stoics, say that we should never get angry. Right? That anger is just never a good thing under any circumstances. And so, you know, Owen, thinking that he was going to trip up the Dalai Lama, said, well, wait a minute, but what if I have access to a time machine? Should I not go back and kill Hitler? And should I not do it because I'm angry at the kind of things that Hitler did? And the Dalai Lama's response, I think, could have been just as easily coming out of the mouth of Epictetus. He said, absolutely, you should go back and kill Hitler. And in fact, you should do it with some fanfare because it's an important thing you're doing. However, no, you should not blame Hitler. You should not be angry at Hitler because he's just a bad node in the cosmic karma. He didn't ask to be there. And you should think of him as a tumor that needs to be excised. If you're a doctor and you're going to get there and operate and take out a tumor, you don't say, bad tumor, I'm really angry at you. You just say, oh, it's a tumor. Let's take it out.
I might go a little bit further with that and say what we ought to do is arrest Hitler and imprison him and remove him that way, because that goes back to the other concept that we ought not to be killing people because they were blind.
You know, that's an interesting question. I think that the Stoics disagree among themselves. At least there's some evidence of disagree. Yeah, that would be what Epictetus would do, clearly. However, not so Seneca. There is a couple of places in which Seneca says, sometimes the best thing you can do for somebody is to kill him, because he's so bad for himself. He has such a completely twisted character, and he's so unwise, think Hitler again, that, you know, the best thing you can do is just put him out of his misery.
Ouch.
I love that.
He agrees with the Dalai Lama.
he does, doesn't he?
Jeff, I'm glad to hear that last piece, because I was struggling with this a bit about the lack of being punitive. You know, even the Hitler example, he obviously thought he was doing something for the Aryan race, but take a Ted Bundy, or like, do we never have the obligation to be punitive for the sake of the cosmos? We just, because we're not really computers. We have souls, and we're thinking beings. And so what's wrong with being punitive? There's something controversial. But I liked what Massimo just said. That is, if you're going to kill Hitler, that's punitive. You're not rehabilitating him.
Yeah, I would suggest that no, there's no place whatsoever for being punitive ever, any circumstance.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, I know. I'm consistent, if anything.
So, but I was going to say, we put down dogs that are eaten up with cancer. So
exactly. So I don't, you know, the Dalai Lama didn't mean to be punitive, and neither did Seneca in the bit that I mentioned. They just said, look, there is no other way to solve this problem. You just have to put him down.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that there's never a place for violence. And right. So those are different things here. What I'm saying is if you must act with violence, you act with violence by using reason, not vengeance, not punition.
But I think the reason you guys are arguing is because it depends on the importance you give to the all-pervasive Christian and Western value of the sanctity of life. And so if you think that anyone can be rehabilitated, then you say, we're never going to kill anyone because we can rehabilitate. Thinking about the common good, right? Or if you think that sometimes there are tumors that are so bad that excision is the treatment, right? Then, I mean, I'm not going to go into medical analogies here because it's not good at lunchtime. But the bottom line is, that's where the fault line is, I think, between, for example, what Massimo is saying, in that as we're moving towards a post-Christian world, these questions about what it means to be charitable and how, what are the boundaries of what you can do to others become more discussed, debatable. And then the issue of, I'm not saying we should go back to death penalty, but if you have a time machine and you're offered the possibility to rehabilitate Hitler by some trick of changing his future, for example, you get him accepted to the Vienna School of Art, so he never gets to be a dictator, right? That's a way of dealing with it.
That would do it?
You don't have to kill him. He's not a bad person. He's just took the wrong turn.
Oh.
So that's the way I would deal with Hitler, is to go back and to make sure he gets accepted to that school of art. Make sure he doesn't get into the traffic, into politics, because he's got amathia, clearly. And if he becomes a politician, well, he'll be like all those that Massimo mentioned. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Which part of the Stoic principles or virtues is against being punitive? That's the part where is it wrong to be punitive?
Well, because if you believe, as Epictetus does, and Socrates does, that nobody does bad on purpose, then what are you punishing? Why are you punishing? The whole concept of punishment is, I am punishing you because you knew that you were doing something bad, and the right way to deal with those people is to punish. But if, as I said, think about how much sense would it make to punish your computer because it's not functioning well? It doesn't make any sense, right?
But there's a distinction here between punitive and rehabilitation. Can't it be both? Can't your rehabilitation be punitive by, putting someone in jail? Or
absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I mean, a lot of actual real rehabilitative systems, like the ones that are often practiced in Scandinavian countries, you're put away, you're put in jail, but you're put in jail. The point is not to punish you. The point is to isolate you from the rest of society so you don't hurt somebody else, right? And immediately to put you into a program that hopefully is going to rehabilitate you. So it's not understood as punishment.
Isn't there also a disincentive portion to this, like to show an example to others, saying, okay, he's rehabilitated, he doesn't like it to be there in that prison cell, it's for his own restoration, but so it's not to punish him, but at the same time it sends out the message to the rest of society, if you do things like this person, it's a disincentive to, it's an incentive to stop that loop.
Sure. Right.
Did all Stoic philosophers though believe, that's a conditional statement, if you believe that nobody does evil intentionally, which I just struggle with that. I just think there are people, maybe they didn't have serial killers back in the day, but I mean, do we really believe we could rehabilitate Ted Bundy by art classes? And
actually, your example of Ted Bundy is a perfect one. No, probably Bundy was not possible to rehabilitate him, but he was definitely sick, literally sick. I mean, like a psychopath, right?
Yeah.
His brain really did not work. There was something wrong with his brain that led him to do those things, and therefore it should be put away because you don't want it to hurt other people. but it should be also put away, and therapy or medications or even surgical interventions should be done in order to try to repair that part of his machinery that is not working well. Would we be able to repair it? I don't know. That's an empirical question, right? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But actually, the psychopaths it's often, you're right, it's often brought as the counterexample to the Stoic position, but it's actually a perfect example of the Stoic position, because the psychopath literally is sick. It's not just metaphorically sick, as Socrates is talking about, right? Alcibiades is metaphorically sick. He has a sickness of the soul, not of the brain. In the case of Alcibiades, Bundy, he actually was literally sick in the brain. It's that there was something going on in his brain that was not right.
Okay. No, thank you.
Yep.
So I think we should close the floor for questions on this subject, just because we do have to keep moving for time. But we can bring these up in the future as well, because these are obviously controversial and difficult topics. So our next speaker is Kasey Pierce, and she is joining us from the United States, and she is going to be discussing Unstucking Yourself, Stoicism and Taking the Fear Out of Making Life-Changing Decisions. So Kasey, I'd like to pass the floor to you, please.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I appreciate it. Actually, I'm in Canada right now. I'm in Windsor, so, or
right
as we call it, Northern Detroit.
Okay, right on.
So again, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Again, my name is Kasey Pierce, and I'm the editor of the forthcoming 365 Ways to Be More Stoic by CBT therapist Tim Laban. And I've also done some freelance editing for Donald Robertson's forthcoming graphic novel about the life of Marcus Aurelius called Verissimus. So it's funny that Massimo had mentioned that, our decisions are our responsibilities. And I mean, we make the decision. But that terrifies a lot of people. And I'm someone who seemingly has made big moves and without pause. And there was always pause, but it just looks like that from the outside looking in. I've always had the view from above, but I've left relationships, long-term relationships, for the sake of the greater good. I've left, made big career moves. I've left seemingly secure jobs for the sake of the bigger picture. And I watched, colleagues, friends, family stay crippled by fear, and they don't move forward in their life. And they've disliked a job for the last 5 years and have been miserable, and they haven't done anything about it, all because of fear. And I want to talk about what Seneca sort of has to say about that. And it breaks my heart that people wouldn't move forward in their lives because they're scared. So why do we often stay stuck in one place, and why do we wait so long? It could be for any reason or a combination of reasons. But one of the main reasons is that uncertainty is uncomfortable. But to move forward, we must have some level of faith in ourselves. And that means finding tranquility in the present decision-making process. The fact of the matter is, the only thing that's going to get you to the point where you're finally going to make a decision without being dragged kicking and screaming is to have found tranquility in the possibility that the outcome may be unfavorable. Seneca talks a lot about this, about getting to this point and finding peace and embracing the uncertainty of a decision. He says, tranquility can't be grasped except by those who have reached an unwavering and firm power of judgment. The rest constantly fall and rise in their decisions, wavering in the state of alternately rejecting and accepting things. What is the cause of this back and forth? It's because nothing is clear, and they rely on the most uncertain guide, which is common opinion. The most uncertain guide, common opinion, he points out, is the most uncertain and yet the safety blanket we keep clinging to help guide our lives. So what is common opinion? Well, that's what others think of us. Seneca continues his point saying, and bear with me just a little bit longer, those who suffer from fickleness and continual changes of purpose, who always are fondest of what they have given up, and those who merely yawn and dawdle, add to these those who, like bad sleepers, turn from side to side and settle themselves first in one manner and then in another, until at last they find rest through sheer weariness. They've worn themselves down. In forming the habits of their lives, they often end up adopting some to which they are not kept by any dislike of change, but in practice of which old age, which is slow to alter, has caught them living, excuse me. And also to those who are by no means fickle, yet who must thank their dullness, not their consistency for being so, and who go on living in the way they wish, but in the way they have begun to live. I'll read that last part again. Until at last they find rest through sheer weariness in forming the habits of their lives, they often end by adopting some to which they are not kept by any dislike of change, but in the practice of which old age, which is slow to alter, has caught them living. And also those who by are no means fickle, yet who must thank their dullness, not their consistency for being so, and who go on living, not in the way that they wish, but in the way they have begun to live. So we can mull over decisions over and over as years go by, and we become a slave to that unsatisfying job or that toxic relationship, waiting on an external factor to swoop in and save us. As decades go by and we reach an age where we can finally voice the number one regret expressed on deathbeds, according to hospice nurses, I lived my life for other people. And that should terrify you. Yet we remain crippled by the thought of uncertainty and what should happen if the worst case scenario does befall us. Well, ask yourself right now, logically, what is the worst case scenario? Look it in the face. 9 times out of 10, it's not anything you can't bounce back from. Having addressed the definition of common opinion, it's unwise to seek counsel from experienced people. So what is the difference between opinion and solid advice? So valuable advice gets lost in a sea of talking heads with an overwhelming need to be right about your situation. Opinions can also come from judgmental people who expect everyone to live as they do. Unsolicited advice tends to come from domineering people who will use your mulling over decisions to pass judgment on you if you let them. This might make them feel more justified in their attitudes, but it will probably leave you more confused than ever. You're not on this planet to satisfy their ego, though. You have a life to live that requires making decisions for yourself. The hard part is that we're used to seeking advice from people we love. Just know that considering the source isn't an act of disrespect. Listen to loved ones carefully and defer judgments until the end. In fact, this is the most respectful thing you can do for anyone. Then take what they've said and carefully consider where it's coming from. Again, what Jeff had talked about being charitable. It's more often than not coming from a place of love, just remember that. But when it comes to big decisions, it is essential to know whether advice is just based on the personal opinions of a spectator, or if it's coming from a place of genuine experience and wisdom. Now, given the fact that the outcome of your decision could possibly be unfavorable, you can still pull back on the reins and keep the horse from going completely over the cliff. What I mean to say is that while we don't have control over external factors, that doesn't mean we can't exercise some level of damage control, keeping an unfavorable outcome from being terrible. And this is where clarity comes in and where you may find the most tranquility in the whole decision-making process. I used the Stoic archer as an example in a recent social media post that received a lot of engagement. The Stoic archer is used as an example in decision-making quite a bit, pointing out that once he's released the bow, he has no control over the outcome or external factors that may keep the bow or keep the arrow from reaching the target, like the wind throwing it off, for example. But I'd like to point out that the Stoic archer is an archer. He or she trained and practiced for this moment. They became an archer that obtained all of the information that they needed to line up and release with proper form. The archer didn't go up there intoxicated, just shooting off bow and arrows, thinking, what's the worst that can happen? In fact, that's how other people in the situation get hurt or outside the situation get hurt. So how do we obtain clarity that can make us more confident in our decision-making? Well, I personally call this the 3 Ds of clarity. So desaturating and cognitive rehearsal or stress inoculation is a really good one for this. So let's say, for example, you're about to quit your job and you're terrified or crippled by the fact that your boss may be upset or say something negative, if you can go in and imagine the worst thing that they could possibly say, rehearse it over and over and over, you're gradually taking power from the impact that you'll feel emotionally, or the damage that your ego will take from the worst thing that they could possibly say, which 9 times out of 10, they're not going to say. But you've already been there, you've rehearsed it, and you've already said, you know what, it doesn't matter. And really, you're going to see logically that it doesn't. So distressing events are always saturated with strong emotions, such as anger, anxiety, or sadness. So if you desaturate the situation of strong value judgments that cause upsetting feelings, don't view your possible course of action and its outcome as good or bad. You've heard the phrase, it is what it is. So accept reality and allow yourself, your feelings to adjust to the facts, not just your opinions about them. Decatastrophizing. Remind yourself that no matter what happens, it's not the end of the world. You're not the first or the last to face this situation or these decisions. More often than not, even the worst case scenario is something that people will bounce back from over time, even. Get things in perspective and bring them back down to earth. Worriers are always saying, what if this happens? What if that happens? How will I cope? Go from what if to so what? So what if things go south? It's not the end of the world. Less drama, more action. And the last D in the decision, or the D of clarity, is decision. Adopt a creative problem-solving attitude. Take even more power from the worst case scenario through cognitive rehearsal of the possible solutions, Walk yourself through all possible outcomes in order to make a decision rationally, based on objective truths. Don't worry about the response of others. Focus on doing what your judgment tells you is the best, the most virtuous decision. By doing this, you'll go into any scenario feeling more centered and in control. So, to sum up, mental rehearsal can become a powerful tool for getting yourself unstuck and clarity. A problem well-defined is half solved, as the saying goes. Go over things in your mind and allow yourself to desaturate events of unhealthy emotions, decatastrophize your appraisal of the situation, and make decisions more rationally and objectively. Be mindful to manage your expectations as well. Seek not for events to happen as you wish, but rather wish for events to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly, as Epictetus would say. Big decisions are tough, but being a slave to the outcome will steal your life, years and decades. So which is worse? That's a pretty raw note to end on, so I'll add some tough love that Epictetus is known for. If a person gave away your body to some passerby, you'd be furious. Yet you hand over your mind to anyone who comes along, so they may abuse you, leaving it disturbed and troubled. Have you no shame in that? In this case, the passerby is the talking head with the unsolicited opinion and the irrational fear of what hasn't even come to pass and probably won't. Don't be a slave to the possibility of an outcome. Succeed or fail, but for God's sake, keep moving. For stagnation is a slow and painful death, worse than any temporary unfavorable situation that may come to pass. Thank you.
Loved it. That was really good.
Thank you.
So I'm going to thank you very much for joining us with that again. And I know you had a real tight schedule, so thank you. I'm going to open up the floor, though, for anyone who wants to ask any questions or comments.
Wonderful.
I just have a quick comment. I had to write it down. Go from what if to so what. That is an incredibly powerful phrase that, with your permission and with attribution, I would like to use in my daily life.
Absolutely. You know, who said that originally was Donald Robertson.
Oh gosh,
How to Think Like a Roman Emperor. But it's true. It's true. It's such a simple phrase, but so powerful. It's like, yeah. What am I afraid of? Rationally. What? So what? So what if they get upset? They're gonna get over it.
Yeah. So I just want to say that really hit, and I really appreciate it.
Good. Thank you, Lydia.
One thing that struck me with the end of your talk reminded me of saying that I've been using, I don't know, for decades, I guess, is that like complacency is a disease of the human soul.
Yes.
And that seemed to echo what you were saying there. So.
Mhm. Absolutely. It's, I mean, complacency is not only the biggest relationship killer between romantic relationships or friendships, it's also the biggest killer of your spirit. It really is. We cling, and I always use the David Bowie example because I love this. I was on a flight one time and I was returning home and I was watching a documentary about David Bowie and how he quit being Ziggy Stardust at the height of Ziggy Stardust. And even his band was like, did we just get fired? And why would you do that? Because he knew comfort zones were dangerous and he would just, fade into obscurity had he not evolved. And had he not, we probably wouldn't be hearing about him today, even post his death.
Comfort zones are dangerous. That's a good one. That's a good one. I will not go into personal details, but I think that many of the points you said really struck home for me. And I think your talk should be rehearsed by everyone, and it's because, no, I mean, I'm probably one of the oldest guys in the group here. And I just want to say that so many times now I'm looking back at my life because I'm older, and you start to think about things, and you start to think about those famous words you say when you're closer to your deathbed. I'm not dead, but certainly I've turned some chapters of my life, so I have a bit more perspective. And one thing that struck me now is how many times have I put the brakes because I was afraid of the unknown, and I was afraid of the fleeting things about me, right? The Panta rhei was not my thing. I was more of the stable person, and the instability of the world was something I'd rather live without. But the thing is, you miss life. You miss life, and you miss comfort zones are killer of life to some extent. You have to be really wary of that. That's to take it from someone who's changed jobs maybe 4 times. Every time I changed job, it was a nightmare before, and it was pure bliss after. I realized that everything that was so precious was actually just something else that is reinvented and new blessings coming down the way. So it's important to keep that in mind. It's very difficult to get out of that rabbit hole when you're in it before the decision. And I think it's important to have Stoicism as a tool to be able to look rationally at the next steps, the future, so that you don't get hypnotized by the fear of change.
Yeah. Saturated in the present moment. Yeah, we all feel fear, and fear is a survival feeling innate within us. And we need that. Without fear, if you were just like randomly making decisions, I'd be worried. But when you said, when you changed jobs and you felt bliss afterwards, what if you hadn't? And what if it was, wrong choice, not to put a value judgment on it, but what if it was and you were unhappy? I mean, if we use time projection, how are you going to feel about it 3 months from now when you're looking for a different job?
You see, that's, to me, that's a thing that I realize is that, well, maybe it's just me, so I'm just sharing my personal experience. When you change job, the new job is not perfect. It's not everything you thought it would be, but you find things you hadn't thought about that are great. And you realize also that you're able to adjust. And just what I find the most value for me of Stoicism is the fact that you become more able to go out of your comfort zones by stoically training your mind. You become more flexible, you're like an athlete. You become able to go the distance on things, and you become different by that.
Resilient,
more resilient, more creative, more inventive, less afraid, more daring, and you become better, more resilient, but also better able to invent things in your environment, tolerate things. That's my experience personally. So that new job was not the same, it was different, but you find new things, you find new ways of developing, new ways of that's my experience. So to me, it means that when it's time to change, you do it maturely. But once you've made a decision at some point, whatever happens next, if you've really well thought out and you're comfortable with it, the rest is okay. You'll handle the rest.
Right, absolutely.
You'll have it inside you to be able to make something out of the rest. you will make
Yes.
something good out of it.
There's going to be
I-
some sort of positive takeaway, whether it's, building your
Yes.
resiliency because you bounce back from that, or finding that the new job, even though it was different, it wasn't all that bad.
Yeah, or maybe you'll find
There's
out,
going to be a
okay,
positive takeaway either way.
yeah, or maybe it was a mistake to do that, and now you learn from that mistake.
Yes.
And
Yes.
nothing, it's not the end of the world, as you say.
Yeah. It's not like there's not other jobs out there, So you're not assigned to this job forever. Like, oh man, it's feedback, not failure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much again, Kasey. It was wonderful.
you.
Actually, I think you really touched on a personal level on this one for many people, it seems. So, and I think so for myself as well. To stop discussion on this one, just to move forward.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you again.
thank you. Our next speaker is Deena Mills, and he is going to discuss, I don't think that means what you think it means, ambiguity in Stoic language. So Tim, I'm going to pass the floor to you, sir.
All right. So just give me a second here, call up my notes here. So yeah, so a lot of people act as though words have some objective meaning independent of people's opinions. They may not believe that's true, but it's easy to act that way. And those objective meanings, I don't believe they exist. One of the first and most enduring things I learned studying to be a linguist is that words mean what people use them to mean. There's a lot in there. Words mean what people use them to mean. That's how dictionaries, at least the good dictionaries, the ones that you've heard of, how they identify and determine the meaning of words. And it's why those same dictionaries change the meanings as the popular usage shifts. But then words mean what people use them to mean, but not everyone uses words the same. Acting like everyone uses a word the same is to fall victim to one of the classic blunders. So in this talk, I'm going to illustrate a couple of ways that our Stoic texts can set us up for the blunder. I'm going to talk about some ways we can dig into those ambiguities, and I'll identify a couple of things we can do with this to enrich our Stoic reflective practice. So first, a couple of examples. One is the story of the Stoic concept of virtue. The Greek word, the word used by possibly Zeno, we don't have a lot of his writing, but Marcus Aurelius and some of those, rhei means something like goodness or excellence, but it can also mean fitness, as in fit for a particular purpose. This was translated into Latin virtus or virtus, which does mean goodness or virtue, but it has a strong connotation of manliness. The vir component literally means man. So this virtus was rarely, if ever, applied to women, children, slaves, objects, right? And then virtus is borrowed into English as virtue, and this again has the meaning of goodness or appropriateness, but it's also at times been closely tied, say, with the idea of sexual chastity, especially in women. So by the time this concept comes to us in English translations of the ancient texts, the English word virtue may be striking our minds in a very different way than the original Greek word rhei was, as intended by Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus. That's one example of how these meanings can shift. The second example is the concept of indifference, which we've talked a bit about already today. This is a good way of illustrating how, even without looking at the depths of time, just a shift in context can change what people mean by words. And we're probably already familiar with this, a lot of the people here. The common use of the word indifferent, it's an adjective, they're indifferent to the plight of the Uyghurs means they don't care about it. This is a very indifferent meal to me, means I don't have a strong positive or negative feeling about it. But the Stoic meaning, it can be a noun or an adjective, and it's different, isn't it? It's, if you say we should be indifferent to externals, we're saying we shouldn't put external things before working on our character. If I say my wealth is indifferent to me, I mean that I recognize that building up my wealth may be important, but it's categorically less important than developing my virtues. So and you may have experienced this too. I've noticed, we can use this word indifferent in its technical Stoic sense fairly safely when we're talking with other students of Stoicism. But when we're talking with someone outside of the sort of realm of people who are familiar with Stoicism, it can get this very discordant ring. And maybe it's because they disagree with the philosophical principle, but it could also be because they don't understand what you mean. They're missing the principle entirely because the language isn't clicking. So I found a short passage that I think illustrates this nicely. So I'm gonna read it out. It's from the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, book 17, the Meditation 31. And pay attention to these two words that I've just talked about, indifferent and virtue, and see if you can see how this passage might come across differently to different people. Put on the shining face of simplicity and self-respect, and of indifference to everything outside the realms of virtue or vice. So of course there's more to that. There's other meditations around, but that on its own, it's inconceivable that everyone would hear the same meaning just listening to that brief sentence out of Marcus Aurelius. So the next thing I want to do is talk a little bit about how we can probe these and get around these ambiguities and understand what's behind them. And I kind of have three approaches I wanted to mention. One is that whenever we read a passage, this is a good general practice, read it against the overall structure of Stoic philosophy as we understand it. We have a lot of books available to us today to give us that big picture. And then when we start digging into Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus, we can say, okay, well, this is a weird passage. What way of reading it would make sense in that larger context? Another thing we can do, and these are all mutually compatible, is reading different authors that talk about the same thing and triangulate the ideas. What does Marcus Aurelius say about marriage? What does Donald Robertson say, or Sharon Lebel, or Masonius Rufus, right? They all say things and they say them differently, but as we look at them all together, we can integrate them into this coherent whole. And then the third thing, I'm going to have a bit more fun with this because as a linguist, this is more my game. We have Epictetus and Seneca and Marcus Aurelius. They weren't morons. They were teachers and they were good communicators, but they could be misunderstood. They were certainly understood differently by people of their time, and they're understood differently today. And especially in the modern context, considering they were writing in ancient Greek and Latin and not in English or any other modern language, most of us never actually read the words of Marcus Aurelius, the words of Epictetus. We read translations. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius have been translated. I have 1, 2, 3 printed copies here. It's been translated at least 18 times from the 1600s up to 2011. There was a version by Robin Hart and Chris Gill. There may be more recent ones. The Enchiridion has various translations, some that you can get online and print off for free, and various printed versions, even up until Massimo's version published in 2020. The different translators always bring a different focus, and I've had fun looking around at these. If you look at the 1914 translation of the Meditations by C.R. Haynes, who's doing he presents it the Greek alongside the English. So his translation is focused on keeping things parallel so that you can make that comparison. George Long in 1862 has a very sort of stuffy Victorian style to him, which is I find sometimes is kind of fun and grand, and sometimes it just seems a bit, stuffy. If you go further back, Casaubon's, the earliest translation I've seen in English from 1634, it feels very much like Shakespeare or the King James Bible in terms of the language being used, because it was written about the same time. By noticing the differences and distilling the similarities between different translations, we can go some way toward triangulating the original meaning. So how can we use this in our Stoic practice? whether you you meditate on a practice or on a passage, or you do journaling, you can try looking at 2 or 3 different translations. You don't have to, like I'm slowly accumulating a bunch of actual printed books, but like I said, a lot of the older translations, if it's early 1900s or earlier, it's out of copyright, open public domain. You can download it for free and have a play around with it. Look at several different translations and identify, are there keywords or concepts that remain the same across the different versions? Are there things that jump out at you, but that change from translation to translation? It can be a fun, I was going to say game, a fun exercise. I've actually heard from one of our members, Jean, who says that if you know more than one modern language, you can pick a translation in one language and a translation in the other language and compare them, and you get some other interesting insights that way. Another approach that I like to do sometimes is to pick a particular concept that you want to explore more deeply, and then browse through the index at the back of some of your books. And this can be the translations, or it can be, modern presentations of Stoicism, looking for that concept. And of course, different authors refer to the concept differently. So you might hear rhei in one. Massimo Pigliucci, in How to Be a Stoic, he includes some of the Greek terms in his index. Other modern authors just use the English terms. William Irvin, in his Guide to the Good Life, has this richly nested structure to his index. So you have a category and then has a bunch of subcategories. Haynes, because he's doing the Greek and the English, you actually have a Greek index and an English index. But you can look at similar concepts and do that comparison between the different authors. Yeah, to sum up, tolerance, right? Tolerance is what brings us together today. And remember that although words are often all we have left of the original Stoics, and except when they show up to our Stoicon-X, sometimes all we have of the modern Stoics as individual practitioners, words are just a medium for sharing thoughts. They aren't any kind of primary Platonic form. By their fundamental nature, remember, words mean what people use them to mean. If you discover that you're using a word differently from how someone else is using it, if you find yourself thinking, I don't think that means what you think it means, remember the truth of the situation. What is the nature of the thing? It's that neither of you has a higher authority to appeal to about what the word has to mean. And remember that the primary goal of communication, of using words, is to understand one another's intentions. All else is ego and hot air. So keep that in mind when you decide how to move forward in that situation. There you go, ambiguity.
Thank you very much, Tim. That was awesome. And I liked very much the linguist point of that. And I did like how you brought in a lot of Princess Bride as well. So more than one references.
I like that too.
Yeah. So I will open up the floor to any questions or comments for Tim's talk.
Tim, do you think that these layers of translation have altered the original Stoic message to some major faults of translation understanding?
I think it's
like in the
hard.
Bible, there are so many layers, and people are, curing away to try to get to the original meaning.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes, and because I don't actually speak Greek, I have I've picked up a set of books to try and learn that, and I have some friends at the university who are cheering me on. But it's you can't get a conversation group in ancient Greek, so I don't know how far I'm going to get in that. But you definitely do see that. There's a 1906 translation that has this really heavy editorial feel of, I'm going to try to fit this into Christianity, and when I can't, I'm going to make a very pointed footnote. Hey, this is how he's wrong about, for example, the open door, right? So there's some translations like that. Of course, everyone but the first translator has lots to say about the previous translators and what they were wrong about. So you can get that very entertaining sort of internecine discussion. I think this triangulation project is helpful, because then at least if different translators have different skews and biases that they're bringing, you can start to see that.
So I'm curious about something. Let me ask you a general question as a linguist who knows things about languages. Does that happen also with modern languages to that extent, or is it just because it's really almost a different civilization we're translating from? Whereas, when you translate like from, say, French to English on European continent, it's not, a lot of the realities are pretty close. The cultures are not that far apart. But I can understand that coming from ancient Greece, where, meanings are radically sometimes culturally different. You may have a big hard time getting this into modern English or modern language of any kind.
Yeah, and that's true. I would say, any of us who have lived past sort of the duration of one generation understand that, even a single generation can create, and you can say it glibly or you can say it seriously. We talk about concepts differently. Different things are in the foreground in terms of, you think of social justice, right? Social justice 10 years ago didn't have nearly the weight that it has to people today, and in different directions. And that's another thing is, English spoken in Alberta in 2021 isn't one thing, right? Because I can use it differently than my parents or my siblings or something like that. I will say one of the things that Massimo says in his rendition of the Enchiridion, I don't think he would call it a translation. He actually has a whole index or a table in the back where he says, this is a concept in the original, here's how I've changed it and here's why. So he's been very upfront about changing. And I think that's an important thing to remember. I love digging into what people meant originally, but as a practitioner of Stoicism, if I disagree with even Marcus Aurelius, who this is my dog-eared original introduction to Stoicism, I love it. He's wrong about stuff. I don't agree with him about stuff. And I don't feel that kicks me out of the club of Stoicism by saying I disagree with him. So it's interesting to try to dig into what they originally meant, but that isn't the end of the story about what we should believe or do or the perspective we should take as modern Stoics. So it's there's a lot of different sides to it. In our group here in Alberta, we don't always agree on things. We certainly have different perspectives on things like punishment, for example. Hey, Marlene. and that's cool too, and I mean, that's part of the richness, right? But yeah, words are slipperier than anyone thinks they are. Probably slipperier than I think they are, and I've been.
No, I don't want to be purist here, but being a non-native English speaker, I learned in class that when you have a two-syllable adjective, the superlative shouldn't be formed with er at the end. So when it's slippery, it's more slippery or less slippery, but not slipperier.
Oh, wow.
Are you trying to change the practice of English from the books?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I regularly invoke my authority as a doctoral level linguist to say, this is a thing people do. Words mean what people use them to mean, right?
No, no, it's a Germanization of superlatives.
Absolutely.
Like in German, whatever the length of the adjective, you can put the er at the end and it's superlative.
Yeah.
Tim, your talk made me wonder how we ever truly know what the original author meant.
Excellent. Hold on to that thought. Never let it go.
Yeah, I really, because the connotations can change so much, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I doubt everything now, Tim. I doubt everything.
Excellent. Slipping some skepticism into our Stoicism.
Thanks.
No, but that helps us to remain humble in the way, like I said at the end, consider the thing for what it really is. And if I can help you consider words for what they really are, instead of, there's a lot of forces in our world, English teachers and pedants, who want to pretend that there's some objective reality there. And that's not the way to understand each other. Right. It's one of the reasons that conversation is so much richer than reading a book, because in conversation, if we disagree, we can go back and forth about, well, what does it mean to be punishing or to be charitable or anything like that? You know, and we may not end up with using the words right, but at least I have a sense of what Marlene means and what Jeff means, and you know, we get the actual communication done, which is the only reason we have words in the first place.
So my big thing about this, just to finish on this, and my personal comment for everyone to reflect on, is the word rational. The word rational in modern English, it has different meanings than in modern French, and it probably has different meanings than the Greek. So we use it a lot in Stoicism, but we have to know what rational we're talking about, and what they mean by reason is sometimes they mean coherence, sometimes they mean logos, and you know, logos is a whole can of worm in itself, but it's important to realize that it's not, you have to be careful by translating word by word, because concepts are different. It's really important, especially for the key words of Stoicism. It may not fit, like saying you have to be rational or run a rational life. People immediately start to think about Mr. Spock or some kind of robot, and it's not quite exactly what they meant, right? So it's not actually, it's not at all what they meant. It's something similar, but not the same. It's, if you know Stoicism, you know it's not that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked with one of my colleagues at the university who does know ancient Greek, and he said, if you're always translating this Greek word as the same English word, you're doing it wrong. You know, like you can look through something like this, and every time you find logos, it's not always going to be logic. It's not always going to be reason. It's going to be, you know, sometimes it's about a word, sometimes it's about the reason, you know, like that's part of the job of the translator. And yeah, it's fun. And one of the things I love about doing this, sort of having 400 or 500 years of translations, is you can also look at how English has changed. Oh, they used corporate in a certain sense in the 1600s that doesn't mean what it means today. It means, you know, to do with the body rather than to do with this, you know, financial entity, right? So lots of fun and games that you can have alongside the sort of mindfulness of how language works.
Right on. Thank you so much, Tim. Are there any other thoughts or questions? All right, then we are going to move on, still staying in the Mills family. We've got Deena Mills, sorry, Deena. She didn't become, okay. I mean, I've known you for a few years now. I don't know where that happened, but it did, sorry. You know what? I'm going to chalk it up to what I talked said in my talk about how sometimes people use the wrong names. So I'm just going to throw it there. She didn't become a bitch by herself, practicing stoicism in challenging relationships. So Deena, I open the floor to you, ma'am.
Right. Okay. I was gonna say you could chalk it up to, it's, you know, after 1 o'clock, you're probably hungry. I'm hungry. Can we stop and have lunch and come back to this? That's what I'm feeling right now. But okay, just start, Deena. So hold on a second. I'm gonna share my screen. I did do up a lovely slideshow for everyone, but I'm gonna change things as I go. Hold on. There. Are you seeing it? So I wanted to start by inviting everyone to just close their eyes for a moment and take a few deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Feel your chair supporting you and your feet on the floor. Maybe feel your stomach rumbling because lunch is a bit overdue. Notice some thoughts as they drift past. Let them drift. Notice any sounds and just let them flow. Breathe them in. So this moment, feel free to open your eyes, wake up. This moment is where we practice Stoicism. So this is where we act. This is where we choose. And this moment can go really, really fast. That's one of the things I love about that. The quote that I have up is this torrent, you know, the metaphor of the river and it rushing past. And I find that when I'm experiencing any kind of, you know, more intense emotion, especially with people, when my buttons have been pushed and when I feel frustration and annoyance, that's when, you know, anger can bubble up and it seems to speed up time and it can make it a lot harder to act well and to choose my words carefully and to live in accordance with my values and in accordance with nature. So it makes it harder to be wise and temperate and courageous and just. So that's where I wanted to start, to talk about how then do we do that and how to slow down time. So one of the ways is definitely doing what we just did, just taking a moment to breathe and notice. I think sometimes for me, certainly my judgments happen so quickly that I don't even notice it's happening. And a lot of the times I don't think I have buttons until they've been pushed. And then I realize it, you know, my triggers, things that happen. So this little clickbaity title, I hope you enjoyed it. It was when Jeff suggested, you know, this theme of tolerance. This was one of the first things that jumped into my mind. And it's from a long, long time ago. I had a friend who was much older and much, much wiser than me. And I was complaining to her about someone else and some circumstances in my life. And, oh, if only she had done this instead. And, oh, she's just being so difficult and blame, and just totally getting under my skin. And my beautifully wise and old friend just said, well, you know, Deena, she didn't become a bitch by herself. So, and that was exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. It's sort of, you know, I have all these, the impressions that I've thrown up, all of these judgments, and it just put a little crack in it. And it made it so that, you know, through that crack, a little tiny bit of empathy can go through and questioning. I think that's a big part of it, is just the questioning to go, huh, you know, you're right. This, you know, this person didn't arise this way out of nowhere. And they are, it seemed so to her. She's behaving this way because of a multitude of things that I know nothing about. And so when we have that little crack in there, it can open things up to questioning and to empathy and all of these good things that can flow from it. So a lot of my practice, that's one of the things in terms of my Stoic practice that I love to talk about in our little group. I'm trying to always bring it up as like, how do you do these things? You know, how do we behave better? How, you know, when we're in the moment and it's all, we're in love with our judgments, you know, how do we get there? So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today. And I'd really love to open it up as a conversation. So I'm going to try to get through this and get to where we can actually converse about it. So much of the groundwork of tolerance, the talks today have been wonderful. And so much of all of that has already been said. And so I don't need to repeat it. First thing I will mention here, though, is memento mori, and that this is definitely a really good tool to use as well, because I think when we have that in mind, it adds more importance to a particular moment when we know that, you know, that experience, the now, is going to end someday, that maybe we can value it a bit more and that can help us to choose a bit better. It certainly helps me sometimes to choose a bit better if I can remember it. So that's another part of my Stoic practice then, is actually read and absorb these ideas and have them start to dye my thoughts. I don't have that quote to hand, but that's another good one. You know, the more you dip into it, the more that this can color your thoughts and affect how you were thinking. Because we don't really get much out of everything in the end. So one of the things I love about Marcus is you can tell that he has to deal with a lot of people's crap throughout, you know, and his premeditation of going into the day of, you know, I'm going to have to, there's going to be people who are going to be doing things that I feel annoyed by, and they're going to be surly and they're going to behave unjustly and all these things. So, you know, the important thing is how am I going to respond to this? It's my response that really counts. So part of that is certainly intention setting. So this is one thing that I have to do to remind myself, especially when living with little people is really helpful for learning where your buttons are, right? Because and it's also really easy to get absorbed into that frantic torrent of what's happening right now, what we're trying to get done. And it's easy to forget that, you know, I'm not just trying to get everybody out the door in the morning to go to school so I can start work. I am trying to do that in accordance with nature and keeping my will in harmony with nature and keeping my peace of mind. And I'm doing that in a way to hopefully not traumatize the people around me too much. Not at all, ideally. So that's another thing that another tool that I use, sort of that premeditation and thinking of my intentions. What is it that I'm trying to do? So sometimes it feels very much like people, you know, a person is my problem. But it's not true. It just feels like it. And this is where I can remember that my conscious choice in it is what matters, right? And as soon as I start to, as soon as I'm into that mode of blaming, where I'm looking at this and blaming and pointing fingers, either outwardly or inwardly, then I've missed something. And so what can I do to bring myself back from what I've missed? Oops, I'm gonna go back to this. It's my special privilege to love even those who stumble. And this one always makes me laugh too, because I think, yeah, some of us are more privileged than others, right? Check your privilege. So I could be very privileged to love other people who stumble, right? One of the things that I do in my work is I have to deal with people who sometimes I have buttons that they can push, and I feel I can get annoyed by responses and things like that. Sometimes a lot of my work is in helping people. And it's really easy to help somebody when they come to you with their hands out saying, please, Deena, help me with this, help me solve this problem. Then I can say, oh yes, okay, I will, let's go through this step by step. But when they come to me with, I am mad because this is happening and I am so angry about it and I think you're to blame and I'm going to blame you, it's really hard to get into being able to help them, where it's like, okay, I want to help you, but I also want to punch you in the face right now as well. So one of the things that I do, this isn't strictly a Stoic tool, but it's one of the things that Deena does. And talking about punishment, maybe it'll speak to those of you who are like me that have this like urge to punish, is that when I'm dealing with someone like that, I punish them a bit in my head. So I give them diarrhea in my head. So this person is really mad because I've made up this story about them that they're, you know, they are actually really angry right now because they're really trying to hold it in and they have to go, and they've been going all morning. They've been like trapped in their bathroom and they're having a horrible time of it. This is just a story, right? This is just an impression. But is it any more or less true than my own impression that this person is doing something because of me or because of some other story that I've made up in my head? So sometimes when I take this, talking about discipline of ascent, that it was much better talked about by Ryan, but when we take that, it's like, add on another story then. That's a good way to question it, is just throw another story on there. So lots of times I do that. I'll give somebody diarrhea, or I'll give them bed bugs, or something else that I'm thinking would be equally unenjoyable. And that it creates that crack, right? So it creates that crack in, especially the more outlandish it is, because then it helps me let go of my own judgment about it. And it makes this, this crack even bigger, and it kind of makes me laugh too. And it just, helps me let go of the sort of wanting to punish, because I realize how silly am I to want to like punish this person, that this is, such a fool. I'm such a fool. And I can add that levity and let go. And so then I think the real reason is the cognitive distancing then, right? So it lets me to distance from the situation. And then when I have that distance, I have that wedge, I have a moment then to choose a little bit better. And instead of harsh and critical words coming out of my mouth, maybe I can be a little more patient and be a little more effective then as well. So I was also going to mention too that for me, using that tool, it works really well with people that I'm not so attached to do it with people who I'm close to, and I know that they don't have bed bugs and they don't have diarrhea and they're not experienced. It makes it that much harder to let go of my judgments. So this is where I think writing is really important, and to write down judgments can be really helpful, because so many times I don't even realize that I have those judgments. It's just kind of simmering. And then there's a button, the button gets pushed, stimulus response. Here I'm just reacting to things. And when I see that starting to happen, I know it's time to stop and slow down and write down some judgments, write down what's happening. And when I get all the judgments written down, then they're outside of my mind. So they're on paper, it's there, and I can examine them more rationally and critically, and I can ask questions about them. And I can find the right handle for the situations. So in doing that, I also remember that, every situation and every person is my teacher. And my best teachers are actually the people who are best at pushing my buttons. So that is really good. And in doing this, I've learned to ask good questions. So if I am asking myself, what the hell is wrong with me? Which I used to ask myself that a lot. It doesn't help, because my mind will come up with lots of answers about what the hell is wrong with me. Whereas if I ask myself, this thought that I'm believing, is it actually true? That's a different answer. Who am I when I believe this thought or this judgment? And who would I be if I didn't believe this thought or this judgment? And that gives me the space to let things go a little bit more. This is a good summary as well. Sometimes, we've already talked about wrongdoing being involuntary, and I like that. It's sort of, it's due to unwisdom. I'm being unwise. And so that can make it a bit easier as well to let go and act well and not to react. And Seneca is always keeping it real. So this is where I like his approach to premeditation of adversity, because in the letter where he talks about this, man delights to ruin man, and get off my lawn. That's what I always want to add on to it. He talks about doing where we tend to want to premeditate these great big grand disasters, and the building falling down and losing all of our loved ones tragically in an accident. It's like, yes, it's go ahead and premeditate on those things a bit. It could happen. But what's more likely to happen is this, where you're going to really get into trouble, is when you're dealing with somebody and suddenly have your impression affecting your character, right? You're allowing that to happen instead of choosing to act a little more wisely. And that's where I try to focus my premeditation on that. So I premeditate, where am I going to feel frustrated or annoyed or angry today? And so then when that starts to come up, I can go, oh yes, I recognize this. I knew that this was going to happen today. And I recognize the feeling as it's happening, and it allows me to widen the wedge again and choose my reaction. And expectations as well. So this is where, you know, if I'm biting into an apple and expecting it to taste like a banana, I'm going to be really disappointed. And that if I'm interacting with my child and asking, you know, acting like they should know better, or they should behave like an adult, well, then I'm going to be disappointed. That's not what they do, you know. And if I'm interacting with someone else that has sort of a track record of being, you know, blaming for all sorts of things, then it's like, well, that's what they do. That's how that person is. So don't expect them to be any differently than they are. And when I can open my mind up to that, it lets me get through a lot without having that reaction. Naked reality. Yeah, so I already talked about that, where sometimes naked reality is a little too naked. And if I throw on a different impression, it can make it easier to add the wedge between what's happening and how I'm reacting to it. Yeah. And let me see my own silliness and try to escape my own faults. So one of the things, I'm sure this is going to be really familiar, but one of the things I like about this idea of getting in the ring is that, you know, with Stoicism, we practice this in the everyday. And when we're grown-ups, one of the things that's so awesome about being a grown-up is I can decide who I spend my time with. I can decide who I'm going to get into the ring with. And anytime I think that I can't decide who I'm getting into the ring with, I can question that and go, you know, there's always another option. There's the open door. Might not want to pick that one, but like there's always an option. You know, it's like if I am getting into the ring every day with a coworker that I just don't want to be dealing with, that they are not, I don't perceive them as playing fair, that they're biting and scratching when we should only be allowed to punch with the gloves on, then I can choose not to get into the ring with them. I can quit my job and maybe I'll starve to death, but that is an option open to me. So when we remember our options, it makes it so much easier to feel less trapped and to choose a better path. The other thing I like about this verse is that it's a reminder that when we get in the ring, that this is effortful. And Ryan and StoicDan both talked about that like cultivation of the mind. So spending time doing this and cleaning out the attic up there it's work. And sometimes you find that there's a family of squirrels living up there. And so you're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know there's a family of squirrels living up here. And now I have to deal with these. This is work. And so we can have some self-compassion when we're doing this. So I try to remind myself of that. And then I came across this just last night and I was like, you know, this is absolutely perfect, because Marcus talks about this, where sometimes this work that we do, it feels, you know, this is so never ending. And, you know, so how long shall I do this? How long am I going to have to do this, where I, you know, have this magnanimity and freedom towards the irrational creatures and other people that I have buttons around. And he has the perfect answer. 3 hours. You only have to do it for 3 hours. So this made me laugh as well, because I'm thinking that this is Thanksgiving dinner. You know, when you have any difficult relatives, it's, yeah, you go in time. Yeah, you know, you have enough time for maybe a few appetizers, and then you have dinner and help clean up, and then you come home after 3 hours. So Marcus has the answer for us. Get in the ring. You know, make sure you have a break after 3 hours or so. Anyway, that's it.
Well, that's practical.
I loved that part.
I love the part about 3 hours.
How long shall we endure this? 3 hours.
3 hours. That's it.
So Deena, is that
some translations say an afternoon. So
is that 3 hours a day, or how does that like space out?
Is that 3 in a row? Because that's different.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
have
it's-
fractionated doses, or do you have to have a
Yeah.
massive dose?
It's like 3 at a time. I in some translations it says an afternoon, so then that makes me think of like no more than 3 a day. So, but it does brings up the question of then if you're in a challenging relationship, that's a daily challenging relationship. It's like, what does that say and what does that mean? And yeah, so.
That's awesome. All right,
Thank you,
well,
Deena. I really like the part about the diarrhea. I will use it. I will use, no, because
Okay.
the truth is, you're right that the problem is we need to distract our mind from the imperative inner voice that tells us this person is guilty because they chose to be that asshole that I'm seeing in front. But the truth is, we don't know why they're like that, right? They do the best they can. Like we said, for the whole day, they do the best they can with the cards they have.
Yeah.
So being charitable means find a mental trick not to jump and to be reactive. And I think that will be useful for me.
I agree. Okay, I'm going to pretend you have diarrhea, because if someone is doing something that annoys me, like being mean to a cashier or something like this, I try and think, you don't know what's in their head and their heart. And sometimes that's really hard. If you're at anti-vax rallies or things like this, or you see them in the news, it's like, I don't know what's in their heads and their hearts, but that's hard sometimes. If I just think they have diarrhea and they are really crabby, it's almost a more physical, it's a way of put it more physically. So to take the, I don't know what's in their head and hearts, to they've got diarrhea and they're having a really shitty day. Boom. So like, it's that kind of thing. So I do like that too, and I'm probably going to employ it. So thanks.
We can use it as well because it's like our brains like to think and come up with solutions and do all sorts of stuff like that. So this is where it's like, use your creativity. You know, the other day I was talking to someone and he was really cranky, and clearly when he woke up that morning, his left leg had swelled up to 10 times the size of his right leg and he couldn't even put pants on. So he was walking around. He had to go buy groceries that morning too, and he had to just like put a bath towel around himself because he, you know, couldn't get his pants on. Like legs were completely different sizes. So things like that, you know, let your imagination flow. Oh, I just saw your message, Tim. Did you guys actually see my slides or no?
yeah, I saw them all.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Okay.
Deena, listening to you, it's sometimes I hope I never make you mad or irritate you, because I don't know what affliction you might give me, like a big leg or diarrhea or my hair falls out or whatever. Tim, you must sleep with one eye open.
I have nothing to say.
Wise. Tim is wise.
Tim, are you the one who proposed the title?
No, this is definitely Deena.
Okay.
We're trying to get you in trouble.
Yeah. Poor Tim. Tim is very easy
I'm
to
just,
love,
you
so.
know, I'm just sending a trap.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if there aren't, thank you very much, Deena. That was awesome. That was very good. Does anyone have any other further comments or questions? Okay, then we will move on to our final speech. And I made this the final speech intentionally. And I think I did the same thing with you last year, Dan, expecting that this one would have the most desire for conversation.
Oh, I was wondering why I was last again.
Yeah, that is exactly why.
Oh, okay.
If I put you anywhere else, we're gonna have an hour of questions. And
I don't know. There might not be so many. We'll see how it goes.
we'll see. I actually like I don't know what the contents are of the speech, but given that it is specifically on the vaccine and given how polemic that is,
Yeah,
I just thought this might be good placement.
I gotta say, before I start, Jeff, about a month ago, I was drafting an email to you telling you I had changed my mind and I didn't want to do this. And part of it was because in the space between the time I proposed it, like this became even more inflammatory. And I thought, oh God, I don't want to put this out there and add to the anger and polarization. But then I struggled with it and I thought, okay, I think I figured out an approach to it. So I don't know, we'll see if it works or not.
Well, I think we should all exercise the concept that what is it? Something of the highest level of intelligence is being able to entertain the thought without accepting it. And let's entertain some thoughts here. Does that seem reasonable?
Okay, so I can start sharing my screen.
Okay.
I won't wait for people to answer, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so the title, Vaccine Tribalism and the Three Stoic Disciplines, but I realized I should have called this Vaccines, Tribalism and the Three Stoic Disciplines, because the tribalism part, I think, became more of a focus as I thought through this whole topic. So this presentation is basically going to have three parts. I'm going to quickly describe what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. I'm going to apply the three Stoic disciplines to the vaccine debate, and then I'll have a few final thoughts and pose some questions. So the three Stoic disciplines, assent, desire, action. Sometimes the first discipline is also called judgment. I think Donald Robertson refers to it as judgment. I'm going with assent because I'm referencing the Pierre Hadot book, The Inner Citadel. I'm going to apply these disciplines to the point of view of people who don't want to be vaccinated, and also to the point of view of people who want everyone to be vaccinated. I am absolutely not going to discuss safety or effectiveness of vaccines. I'm not going to take a position on any policies. I'm not going to propose policies, basically for two reasons. Because I think myself, and I'm guessing everyone else, we've already done this in dozens of conversations over many months, and I am completely unqualified to do so anyway. So I'll go through the three Stoic disciplines briefly. And again, this is all from this book, The Inner Citadel, Pierre Hadot, which was brilliant. It kind of made Stoicism a much deeper thing for me after I read that book. Okay, so assent is refusing to accept within oneself all representations which are not objective, which I think is easier said than done. I feel like most people think they're being objective when they're not. Desire is refusing to accept anything other than what's willed by the nature of the all, the logos. So we've talked about this in multiple presentations today. And the discipline of action, everything we do should be for the good of the human community. And the discipline of action has as its domain our relationship with other people. So acting for the good of the cosmopolis. So if you don't want to be vaccinated, or if you want everyone to be vaccinated, apply the discipline of assent. So this is what Marcus Aurelius says. So I like how he says, consider how long it is destined to endure, because this feels like it's been going on for a long time. But if you're taking the view from above, you're looking at the depths of cosmic time. This is a blink. And that's something that helps sometimes when you're going through things that seem like are going on way too long, like the pandemic, like the vaccine debates. So kind of my personal take on this, we are bombarded with rapidly changing information and misinformation. So much more than the ancient Stoics could have even conceived of. And the media thrives on conflict. It's easy to give in to fear, mistrust, and anger when control is being taken away from you. And I think that's what's sort of central to both sides is control, wanting control. So if you don't want to accept the vaccine, it's because you want to maintain control of your body and your choices. And if you want everyone to take a vaccine, you want control over other people. So it all comes down to control. So again, don't give assent to first impressions, Fantasia. Try to be objective as you're thinking about what you're scared of or what you're angry about when it comes to this debate. And don't take personal offense when people think and act differently from you. So again, if you don't want to be vaccinated or you want everyone to be vaccinated, apply the discipline of desire. And this is hard, but don't hope that events will turn out the way you want. Welcome them whichever way they happen. This is the path to peace. And I think this exact quote was used in another presentation today. So here's what's happened. I thought I'd just try to break it down as simply as I could. So an infectious virus has spread worldwide for reasons beyond our control, whether it's natural or whether it was gain of function research. We don't know, we might never know. This happened. Measures have been taken in response. And I think we have to acknowledge that these measures have impacted some people much more negatively than others, and people react in different ways. So if you've had a secure job throughout the pandemic, if you have a home that is yours, your life has been upended in some ways, but it's upended some people's lives possibly much more than yours. People have lost their businesses, people have lost their homes. So the virus is something that's affecting everybody, but the measures taken in response have affected some people more than others. And I think we have to acknowledge that. So again, whichever side you're on, whatever happened to you, I think the Stoic approach would be to endure this situation and renounce your desire for things to be different. So this is the last time I'll show these pictures, but I really like them. So if you don't want to be vaccinated, or if you want everyone to be vaccinated, apply the discipline of action. So let nothing be done without an object. And secondly, let your objective never be other than the common good. So I think we need to ask ourselves, what action can we take that will best serve the human community, even if we feel hurt by or disconnected to it? And this applies to both sides, whether you want everyone to take the vaccine or you don't want to take it. Think deeply about what effect is your decision having on other people. The second point, I can't stress this enough, don't give in to divisive tribalism. This is perpetuated on all sides by media, politicians, online echo chambers. This pandemic will end, or it will become endemic, where it's something that we just have to live with. Either way, the human tendency to divide the world into us versus them is much more persistent and much more dangerous. So I'm going to move on to talking specifically about tribalism. So I think this is the quote probably from a different version of Epictetus, but Massimo talked about this too, ridding ourselves of people who are deceived. So this is inhumane. It's as if you were to say, shouldn't this blind man, this deaf man be executed? So I won't hammer on this point because it's been talked about. Marcus Aurelius says something very similar. When you're offended at anyone's faults, turn to yourself and consider of the similar fault that you're guilty of. And this will help you speedily forget your anger. So I'm reading a book. This isn't strictly Stoicism, but it's by Ward Farnsworth, who wrote a book about Stoicism. And he's written this book on the Socratic method. And there's a brilliant quote near the beginning of the book, and I'd like to read it. The ancient Romans built elaborate networks of pipes to deliver water where they wanted it to go. The networks were a marvel. But many of the pipes were made of lead, and the water carried the lead along with it. One school of thought regards this as part of the reason for the decline and fall of Rome. Lead poisoning gradually took its toll, impairing the thought and judgment of many Romans, especially at the top. The theory is much disputed. Perhaps it contains no truth. But as a metaphor, it is irresistible. We have built networks for the delivery of information, the internet, and especially social media. These networks too are a marvel, but they also carry a kind of poison with them. The mind fed from these sources learns to subsist happily on quick reactions, easy certainties, one-liners, and rage. It craves confirmation and resents contradiction. Attention spans collapse, imbecility propagates, then seems normal, then is celebrated. The capacity for rational discourse between people who disagree gradually rots. So this has nothing to do with Stoicism, but this is a video that I show my class often. It's a TED Talk called On Being Wrong. So the speaker asks the audience, how does it feel to be wrong? And they say things like, oh, it feels embarrassing, it feels dreadful, thumbs down. And she says, you're answering the wrong question. You're answering the question, how does it feel to realize you're wrong? And she says, being wrong feels exactly like being right, because we don't know. And this really stuck with me. So I'm going to end with 4 questions. We can talk about whichever ones you want or whichever ones you find most interesting. So has Stoicism affected your approach to people you disagree with, your attitude towards media? I really want to talk about the third one. Do you think Stoics have a duty to mitigate political tribalism? Now, Jeff, in your talk, it was brilliant. I found your talk very moving on charity, and I thought about this because this is, I think, one manifestation of political tribalism. The vaccine has become incredibly politicized. So, do you think if you're against the vaccine, do you need to be charitable to people who you see as forcing you to do something that you have the right to refuse? And if you want everyone to be vaccinated, do you have a duty to be charitable to people who, do not want to be vaccinated? But the last question, what are you wrong about right now? I thought I'd just end with that thought.
Awesome. Boy, for the last one, what are you wrong about? I don't know. I don't think I can answer it.
Nobody can, and that's what's interesting. But I guarantee there's so many things I'm wrong about right now that I don't know.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, that's for sure.
I like the quote, what I know is a drop and what I don't know is an ocean. And therefore, almost everything I'm wrong about.
In the book I'm reading on the Socratic method, there's a great chapter that talks about, well, if you read the dialogue, Socrates uses the method very intentionally to kind of persuade people to a certain point of view through questioning. But Ward Farnsworth kind of says, well, part of the intention is we should be doing this to ourselves. We should be applying Socratic questioning to ourselves, which is much harder to really think about, okay, why do we have this deeply held belief? What are the inconsistencies? What am I wrong about? And I think I get a lot more from doing that. It's so easy to look out in the world and think, oh, these people are wrong, and my job is to just tolerate them. But that I can find myself, okay, that I try to not let myself become too smug and think, okay, well, they don't know what they're doing. There's so many things that I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm approaching things in the wrong way. And I'm really trying to just focus on that, because that's the one thing I do have control over.
Yes.
So I don't know if anyone, I kept that pretty short just in case there was a discussion, and I know it's been kind of a long morning and afternoon. So I'll just briefly put those questions up again, and then if anyone wants to answer them or ask another question, I'd be happy to talk about it.
Well, there's so you're writing, do Stoics have a duty to mitigate political tribalism?
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes, that we do. We have a duty to be involved in politics and be involved with our community, and to try to be wise in doing so, and try to present wise opinions and ideas. Now, there's a quote from Epictetus that I'm thinking of, but I'm having difficulty finding it. Oh, wait, here it is. If you wish to be good, first believe that you are evil. And I think that is an appropriate conversation point on your talk here. But if we'll transpose good with, let's say, knowledgeable or right, and evil with wrong. So if you would be right, first think of yourself as wrong. So we have to, and what I mean by that is we have to look into our own errors and our own shortcomings. But that also has another aspect, is it's a real conceit to think that what I believe is right and good, and what people who believe differently with me are wrong and bad. And it's something we all like to do. We want to think that we're right, but if we want to be wise, we should be assuming I'm probably wrong, and therefore not cast shade on someone just because they came to a different conclusion than you did. So that's where I'd come with that one.
I had a question that I wanted to ask at the end of your talk, Jeff, and it relates to that. So, I mean, I find myself working in environments and surrounded by people who all have like fairly similar political opinions, and like I don't always agree with them. I agree with some of them, but there's kind of this unspoken assumption that there's a right way to think about most issues, most major issues, and this assumption that, okay, we all agree on these things, and people who don't agree with us in this environment, they're deluded. And I find myself just, I'm silent. I don't, partly it's like, I don't know, just wanting things to go smoothly, but I find myself, I can't remember, I wrote down something he said, but there's strong social pressure not to exercise charity.
Yeah, and I think what you're
And
describing
I
there
see
is an
that in
example.
conversations where people assume everybody thinks the same way. Yeah. So do we have a duty, do you think, to speak up when there's a conversation going on around us? We're like, oh, look at all these idiots acting this way, and this is the policy we should take to. Do we have a duty to speak up and say, well, okay, let's.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so that was
No,
my question.
In my
it
opinion,
can be dangerous
even though,
to do that.
Yeah,
no, even
I
though
don't
I
know about
agree,
that.
I agree with you, Dan, that and Jeff, that we should have a political role to play, in that we have to be cosmopolitan and charitable to people who don't agree with us, who we think might be mistaken. But we've discussed that at length already, right? That people do the best they can with the cards they have. So they're not doing this out of malice. Especially refusing vaccination is a very difficult decision. I can see that people have all kinds of misgivings about vaccination, and it's a long history of, it's not from yesterday. You can see articles from 1918, people arguing about getting vaccinated for influenza, while there were millions of people dying, and people were still arguing about getting vaccinated. But of course, at the time, vaccination was only like 30 years old. Still, I think we have to be charitable that not everyone has the same perspective on medical science. Not everyone has the same perspective on science to start with. And part of our role as players in that game is that we are somewhere on that spectrum. We have to acknowledge that, you know, we have to acknowledge that we have to be mediators as much as we can. And the last thing I want to do is to demonize. I think we should not demonize or treat our fellow citizens and our sometimes family members who don't agree with us on any political view whatsoever, including vaccination, as some kind of inferior schmucks or something like that. That would be totally not Stoic, in my opinion.
I'd like to flip it too and say, from the point of view of someone who, like, there's people who see this as, this is a huge infringement on rights, and they've been through a situation where government policy has hurt them in many ways. And there's this, they're being stigmatized, they're being demonized, they're being like insulted. So from that point of view, I would think, okay, how do you react charitably to other people if that's how you feel? And I would say, like, again, if I don't want to get a vaccine and that's how society is looking at me right now, I would want to try to, okay, I have to be charitable too, and think, these people are very scared. They're treating me this way because they're scared. So this is what I tried to do. Think about both sides and think about whichever side you're on. How do you apply charity to the side that you're angry at?
Right. So I think one thing I disagree with in your appraisal of this is that it's two tribes that have equal value and everyone is.
Oh, I never said that.
No, but I mean,
there's very different reasons for this.
Okay, sorry, maybe not. But so I apologize for that misinterpretation. What I mean to say is that the people who say these people are scared and that helps them accept that they're being pressured to get vaccinated, that may be a way of dealing with that from an emotional standpoint. But I think that the situation is that, unfortunately, we have a scourge that we can't really get around without putting everything on our side. And one of the measures we have to take is vaccination, right? So,
oh,
it's
sorry,
not
John,
ideal.
I just don't want to talk about policy. Vaccine
No, I know,
policy.
but it's not
avoid that
ideal
completely.
to have to clash between our values. And that's the problem with the current situation, is that it creates a clash between things we hold dear. We hold dear individual freedom, and we hold dear health. We hold dear protecting the common good. And these clash in this situation where we have these decisions to make about public health. And this is the issue not only for vaccination, actually. The debate is about everything in public health. For example, Calgary has been for many years opposing chlorination of water. And this is a obvious public health measure taken in most jurisdictions in Canada. But Calgary has single-handedly decided that they will not get fluoride in their water, even though it shows to protect kids from cavities. And okay, it's a decision where public health in general was swayed on the side of putting it through. And in the case of this very specific example, people voted against it, right? So it shows that even though we think public health is objective, there are all kinds of political, I wouldn't say motives, but undertones in any decision that's affecting public health. There are some common grounds that is expected, but it's not always there. And when the common ground breaks down, that's where you get all these clashes. And I think the COVID situation is just one more example where, because of the urgency, because of the severity, we are pushed to the limits and we have all these clashes of values. And as Stoics, we have to be really oil in the system, not really putting fire on the oil. That's my opinion. So, I mean, I've had colleagues in the healthcare system who have opposed vaccination.
So I think, so yeah, Lydia, you had a question.
I was just going to comment on the whole, whether it's our duty as Stoics or practicing aspirational Stoics, is whether it's to jump in and be part of the cosmos and jump in and kind of point things out. And I think that we can do that if the people we are talking to are willing to listen.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're looking at, I was called a Nazi on Twitter. That was the only time I actually jumped into a conversation to say, you know, you could flip it and call it a testing mandate instead of vaccine mandate. And the way you get out of testing is by having a vaccination. And I was called a fascist, I was called a Nazi, and I was like, holy crap, this is why I don't do this, because that was the only time I got involved with that. And so I think it's worthy to jump in, and it's what we should do as Stoics when there is an appetite for a discussion, rather than just an irrational protection of their views.
Yeah. Lydia, can I ask you a question? Because this kind of relates to one of my other questions. Now, I'm not on any social media. I stopped years ago. So when it comes to like jumping in on these conversations, do you feel like doing it online is a lost cause? Because it just degenerates so quickly.
For the most part, yes. I'm fairly active on Twitter, and that's my only social platform. Which is why I found out about this Stoicon-X kind of in a roundabout way. And I have seen constructive discussions where both sides disagree, but at least they understand why they disagree.
Mm-hmm.
It's rare because it's like you were talking about, the media is just that, get that quick hit, get those negative endorphins coursing through your system, and then you feel justified. You're right in your judgment. And unfortunately that feeds it. I think you can curate your Twitter to only deal with people who actually want to have discussions. But many people don't, and they fall into that trap. I'm right, you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're a Nazi. And then is it the Gable test? I can't remember what it is. There's a certain number of interactions on social media where Hitler or Nazis will come up. And so it's tough as a Stoic. And I know Donald Robertson has written every now and then how to be a Stoic on social media. And it's a matter of sitting back, trying to understand, and in many cases not being able to understand, but by saying then, that's fine, that's not in my control.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Like Darren Brown just says, it's in my control or it's fine. And so I think that's how I try to approach this on Twitter, but I've learned not to engage unless there is an appetite for discussion. And I think Twitter would be a much better place if more people did that. So I'm right.
That's one of the things I like about this group, because this is one of the few places I find that you can actually have discussions like this without worrying about someone trying to destroy your life if you express the wrong opinion.
I'm not going to think of any of you of Nazis. And I've seen many of your faces on various Stoicon events and things, and I'm really happy I came. Are you all in Edmonton? Are you all in Alberta?
Well, we're not all in Edmonton. Ryan is in Slave Lake. But he joined us last year after the last Stoicon-X, our last and first, sorry, the previous and first Stoicon-X. And so I think that's where he learned about us, and he's been with us ever since, which has been a wonderful addition to us. So
I was a member every now and then of the Calgary group.
Yeah,
John kind of just couldn't handle.
Yeah, I was chatting with him actually, saying, look, but don't dissolve the thing. We'll try to amalgamate it so that people still have a place to go. And like a day or two later, it was just gone.
It was
and
gone.
Yeah, and I was willing, like, I thought that was a real loss, because I think there were a lot of people there who had great insight,
and I've gone to meetings of the Calgary before pandemic where there were 20 people in the room.
Yeah, they did. During pandemic, they seem to have much greater loss of activity than we did, but even we had a significant loss of activity. I'd say at least half stopped attending, at least on a regular basis. Like, we had a few people come once or twice, but.
So are you on Meetup? Is that how I join your group?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll find you.
But you know what? I'll send you some stuff. So, because we'd love to have you attend. We're doing it all online, and we were talking about how we can try to hybridize this so that people who are at a distance can still attend when we eventually do. We had one physical, like, in-person meetup in August, I think.
Okay.
And then it just went right back to nope, no meetups.
Okay, so I've put my email in there. If you could send me an email,
yes,
that would be fantastic.
Yeah, okay.
I know I've seen the Millses at many many of these, but I didn't know you were in Alberta.
Yeah.
So this is fantastic. It's
actually kind of cool. Alberta's got a pretty good Stoic community.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
So I'm sorry to take away from that conversation. So Dan, social media is the best pool. Avoid it. You've done a good job.
Dan, going back to your question from a few minutes ago, though, I think that while we do have a Stoic duty to participate in politics, I also think that you have a duty to take care of yourself and your situation, and to not be a martyr for something that will not have any effect. So if you're in a community, if you're in a group where they're going to attack you for having any belief, and you're aware of it, like, you might not be aware of it until it happens, right? But if you're aware of it, I don't think you've got any reason to put your head on the block.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. And I'm wondering if, so I have a question about just age. Like, I think you're in your 40s, I'm well into my 40s. Do you feel like it gets easier with age to not think I've got to die on this hill, I have to be a martyr for my beliefs? Because I think it's more a tendency of youth to feel extremely passionately about something and think this is something worth, I don't know, worth a lot of risk for.
I think it might be just with the whole view from above. I think your ability to see beyond your world probably increases with age. I hope.
I think there's a natural mellowing that comes with getting older.
Yeah. Do you think so?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like I'm mellower than I used to be.
Well, I don't feel very mellow.
Okay, I shouldn't generalize then. Sorry, Marlene.
Deena acts mellow, but in her mind, she's giving you diarrhea right now.
Yeah. I was going to say, actually, I'm probably a little more willing to wade in now than I would have been 20 years ago, because I think I used to be a lot more afraid of people 20 years ago, whereas now, but I also think I can balance it with, I can see the environment when it's just really, there's no point in wading in, and I'm not going to waste my time. So I know I've got limited time, but I'm also a little less afraid of ending up being demonized for being the person with an unpopular belief. I'm a little bit more willing to let somebody be wrong about me too. So that takes